from the red and black seat, whole chat room ready to explode. Another fan base crying on the road. Red cup raised, scoreboards glow. Everybody talking about the Uncle Lou show. One bad loss in the season gone. Now your coach getting roasted all night long. Hit the live stream, everybody pile in. Somebody already mad before it began. Phones blowing up, comments flying fast, trying to stay off the word backlist. Good morning, welcome to the Uncle Lou show.
Come on, man.
Overflow, fourth and long with nowhere to go. Good afternoon. Everybody yelling through the TV screen. Blue blood kings in the in-between. Saturday legends and meme machine. Good night. Hope your playoff dreams survive. Cause Uncle Lou just went live and somebody sees it. Don't tell Uncle Lou what to do. Groovy, thank you! Another rivalry bout to ignite. Saturday fever under the lights. Good afternoon. Five-star dummies from coast to coast. Every fan swear they want the smoke till Uncle Lou start reading their posts. Good night. Another caller on the line. One epic rank going viral tonight. Lou too big will never die. Your season's over. See y'all next stream.
Somebody sent me this today. This is pretty good. People have made a couple of these over the years or whatever, but this might be the best one. I'm gonna play it again. This one's pretty good. He gets a lot of shit in there. There's a shout out to Juice Puda's in there. Pigskin Pete, Carolina Jackpot. There's a shout out to BA in there. There's a mention of Droovy Thanky in there. He gets the Your Season Is Over in there. This one's pretty good. Let's listen to it one more time and we'll start the show.
Good morning, good afternoon, and night, sir! Good morning, good afternoon, good night, sir! And good night, sir! Saturday smoke in the Georgia heat. Trash talk loud from the red and black seat. Whole chat room ready to explode. Another fan base crying on the road. Red cup raised, scoreboards glow. Everybody talking about the Uncle Lou show. One bad loss in the season gone. Now your coach getting roasted all night long. Hit the live stream, everybody pile in. Somebody already mad before it began. Phones blowing up, comments flying fast. Trying to stay off the word backlist. Good morning, welcome to the Uncle Lou show. Gator tears are gonna overflow. Fourth and long with nowhere to go. Good afternoon. Everybody yelling through the TV screen. Blue blood kings in the in-between. Saturday legends and meme machine. Good night. Hope your playoff dreams survive. Cause Uncle Lou just went live and somebody's season is over tonight. Trolling all y'all till the rankings drop. All these losers ready to call the cops. One upset got them sick inside. Now they hide from the comments side. Corn dogs suck nuts and the gums are all mad. Every single caller sounding down bad. From Jackpot to Josh Pucha, Pigskin Pete. Everybody wants to know what BA made to eat. Don't tell Uncle Lou what to do. Droovy, thank you! Grab a seat and buckle tight. Another rivalry bout to ignite. Saturday fever under the lights. Good afternoon. Five-star dummies from coast to coast. Every fan swear they want the smoke till Uncle Lou start reading their posts. Good night. Another caller on the line. One epic rank going viral tonight. Lou too big will never die. Your season's over. See y'all next stream.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Let me give credit where credit is due here. That well, hold on. All right, he doesn't have his YouTube, so it's from Keith. I don't want to say his whole name in case some people are funny about that. But anyway, shout out to Keith. That one's pretty good. I've heard a few of those in the last couple of years. You know, with AI, you can make your own song or whatever. I have no idea how to do it, but a few people have sent those to me in the last couple of years, and that might be the best one. So I had to play it for y'all. That one was pretty good. I might keep that one. And use that one on a permanent basis. That one's pretty good. He had a lot of the high marks in there. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good. Make sure you vote in the poll. Y'all did pretty good yesterday. We'll see if y'all can keep it going today. We're having a good week with the Pay Lou movement. I am currently up for the week $396. So we'll see if we can add to that today. The only bet I have in on anything starting in prime time now so far is I have a bet on the Tampa Bay Rays to win at Boston. Tampa Bay plays the Red Sox in Boston. I've got a money line bet on the Rays. They've been red hot lately. We'll see if they can keep it going against a struggling Red Sox squad. So that's it for baseball. As far as the basketball goes, make sure you vote in that poll, and I'll get it turned in. Let's see. Yesterday, I let y'all do the over-under, so today we're going to let y'all pick the spread. First half, Cavs at the Pistons. Cavs plus 1.5 or Pistons minus 1.5. What's it going to be? Do you think? Basically, do you think the Pistons are going to win the first half, or do you think the Cavs? I mean, 1.5 is not a whole lot right now. The voting is leaning heavily towards the Pistons at minus 1.5, but we'll leave that poll open for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll shut it down. I am going to take the under. Because, of course, I am. Because why wouldn't I? That's a trick question, because I would. So there is no reason why I wouldn't. So let's see. What are we going to do here? Yeah, that. Under 105.5 for Uncle Lou. Yep. All right. Yep. Get that. I got that in there. That was easy. And then we'll close the comment section poll down here in a second, and we'll get y'all's bet in. All right. Let's see who's here. We have David Neal, JC, WM Powell, Wet Blanket. What's up, buddy? Irish Eagle, Atypical Gump. How are you, sir? Einlander. BA is here. The lady is here. Shout out to BA in that Uncle Lou song that somebody made. The Realist Frosty. Grumpy Clemson fan. Seagar 004. Who else is hanging around? SSI Dog. What's up, buddy? Good to see you in here, my man. Scooby Dooby Doo. Where are you? Well, good to have Scooby Doo hanging out in here. Let's see who else. Robert Sharpton, Stingray, Airplane Spotter, Buck Rational. What's up, my man? Gumpman 72, Jack Longley, Connor Stallions. What's up, Connor Stallions? Headed back to Cherokee the last weekend of the month, Mr. Stallions. There's a group of us going. We're going up Friday, coming back Monday. We'll be spending some time at the pool on Saturday and Sunday, and, of course, the gambling routine in the evening. Yeah, in case you want to join us. That goes for anybody else, too, if you're in that area, to Harris, Cherokee, in North Carolina. There is a group of us going up there the last weekend of this month. Let's see. May 29th is a Friday. We'll be headed up there on Friday, May 29th. And we will be there through Monday morning. We leave Monday morning, June 1st. So we'll be there Friday night, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, coming back Monday. Spend a couple hours at the pool on Saturday and Sunday. If you have never stayed at the Harrah's Cherokee in North Carolina before, the rooms can be pretty expensive on the weekend. There are a couple of other hotels right across the street from the casino that are a lot cheaper. If you want to come, but you're sort of scared off by the price of the rooms at the Harrah's Cherokee, you can stay in one of those hotels across the street. It's literally a 2-minute walk across the street into the casino. You can hang out with us all day. You can come to the pool with us come to the pool. You can go to dinner with us. You can gamble with, hang out with us the whole time. Don't let the price of the room scare you off. Harrah's Cherokee in North Carolina, May 29th through June 1st. I think Pete and his wife are coming, and working on a few others. We'll see. Should have a nice crowd there for that weekend. Huffer Billy Paw, good to see you, buddy. Jack Longley, CBS ports journalist. What types of ports do you cover? Like shipping ports and shit? Cayman Chris, what's up, buddy? Rue Golden 1989 says go blue. Hey everyone, pony up. Got to collect that fee for the inspirational speech. Hit that super chat hard. Yeah, if you want to help support the show or the channel, super chat's a great way to do it. I always appreciate super chats any time of year, but particularly this time of year. I especially appreciate them. It is hard for a channel my size, college football channel my size, this time of year to really do anything at all. So if you want to help support the channel, the super chat icon right there below the comment section is a great way to do it. You can hit the thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed. Those are free ways you can help. We'll have a good time tonight, hopefully, watching some NBA playoffs, talking some college football, shooting the shit just in general. I may or may not have another motivational speech in me for you. And the best part about tuning into these shows, you get my motivational speeches for free, which normally, my speaking fees start at about $50K per appearance for corporate motivation and the like. But of course, if you're tuned in, you get those for free, which is a huge benefit to you. How far do you think USA advances in the World Cup this summer? I think they will get out of the group stage into the elimination stage. It's going to depend. Whether or not they win an elimination game is going to depend on who they play. There's a lot of teams they just can't beat. Now, there will be some teams get into the elimination that they can beat, but it's going to depend how that bracket sort of comes together after the group stage. Will determine how far they go. If they don't win an elimination game, I think it's a massive disappointment. First, if they don't get out of the group stage, they might as well shut the whole program down. That's number one. Their group is very manageable. There's no reason they shouldn't get out of their group stage. Once they get into the elimination stage, it's going to depend who they're matched up against. But I feel like if they don't at least win one elimination game, it's a disappointment. Utah under 8.5 at plus 104. You talking about a win total for the Utes college football team? No more call-in shows. The call-in shows will be back the last week of May. Yeah, the last week of May. I did the call-in shows all of February and March, and no one called in. 1 or 2 people were calling in. So I said, well, I'll just quit turning on the phones, and I'll just sit here and watch whatever's on TV and shoot the shit with everybody, because just nobody was calling in. So, but I'll crank the call-in show back up Tuesdays, Thursdays, starting the last week of May. So that last Tuesday and Thursday of May. Did the second chat bet from last night hit? What was it? I don't remember what it was. What's for dinner? We had hot dogs and, I had chili dog, but we had hot dogs and tater tots for dinner today. Gotta check in to Tony Kenny cast on phone. Multitasking. I have no idea who or what that is, but appreciate you letting us know your itinerary. We were all wondering what's going on at OSU with the sex scandal. Ohio State, I don't know anything about it. I haven't heard anything about it. What scandal? I just picked up Domino's. You can't go wrong with pizza. You can't go wrong with pizza. All right, let's close this poll down. 58% of the people say first half Pistons -1.5. Let's do it. The line has actually changed to 2, but we're going to do it anyway. Pistons -2 first half. Bang. Bang. Just like that. Just like that. It's that easy. It's literally that easy. Boy, the coffee is good today. The coffee is good today. I've been coming on these streams around 7 or 7:30 when the first basketball game starts, and then ending the stream when the first basketball game ends, not staying on to do the second game. I am considering staying on to do the second game today, but that's going to be up to y'all. If y'all stick around, if y'all are behaving yourselves too, if you're having a good time, then I will stick around for the entirety of the second game today, which is the Lakers at the Thunder at 9:30. So this could potentially be a long stream today because that Lakers Thunder game won't end till 11:30 or so. But that's going to be up to y'all. We'll see how many people stick around. We'll see what the thumbs up look like, how many people are watching, the super chats, if y'all are behaving, all of that. You shouldn't do anything until the likes go up. Oh boy, do I need to check the likes? 68 people watching, 33 likes. Oh boy.
Morning, good afternoon, and night, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, sir, and good night, sir. Saturday smoke in the Georgia heat. Trash talk loud from the red and black seat. Whole chat room ready to explode. Another fan base crying on the road. Red cup raised, scoreboards glow. Everybody talking about the Uncle Lou show. One bad loss in the season gone. Now your coach getting roasted all night long. Hit the live stream, everybody pile in. Somebody already mad before it began. Phones blowing up, comments flying fast. Trying to stay off the word backlist. Good morning, welcome to the Uncle Lou show.
Come on, man.
Overflow, fourth and long with nowhere to go. Good afternoon. Everybody yelling through the TV screen. Blue blood kings in the in-between. Saturday legends and meme machine. Good night. Hope your playoff dreams survive. Cause Uncle Lou just went live and somebody sees it. It's over tonight. Trolling all y'all till the rankings drop. All these losers ready to call the cops. One upset got them sick inside. Now they hide from the comments side. Corn dogs suck nuts and the gums are all mad. Every single caller sounding down bad. From Jackpot to Josh Put your Pigskin Pete. Everybody wants to know what BA made to eat. Don't tell Uncle Lou what to do. Droovy, thank you!
Shut up, mistreating Uncle Lou. Oh, lady, how about you shut up? I'm doing Lou too, bitch.
Good morning. Grab a seat and buckle tight. Another rivalry about to ignite. Saturday fever under the lights. Good afternoon. Five-star dummies from coast to coast. Every fan swear they want the smoke till Uncle Lou start reading their post. Good night. Another caller on the line. One epic rant going viral tonight. Lou too big. Will never die. You your season's over. See y'all next stream.
All right. Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. I appreciate it. All right, the basketball game will be starting here in just a few minutes. We've got the comment section poll is all wrapped up. They voted, and I placed the bet. Their vote was Detroit Pistons -2 in the first half. So we will be pulling for the Pistons in the first half today to have at least a 2 or more point lead headed to halftime. I also put a separate bet in for myself. The Cavs and the Pistons under 105.5 points in the first half. Yes, baseball, the only bet I have is Tampa Bay to win. They play Boston. That game also starts at 7. All right. Press the like button if your favorite team won't make a bowl game this year. Dang. Be like kind of like Notre Dame last year. Notre Dame didn't even play. Notre Dame was so bad it didn't even play in a bowl game. You believe that? Dang. March sadness. Yeah, they upped the number of teams again. What is it? 70-something now. How many is it? What they up it to? 76? Lou, who's the guy saying stop mistreating Uncle Lou? I can't remember that guy's name, y'all. That clip is 10 years old. It's this one right here.
Stop mistreating Uncle Lou!
But he had a channel like 10 years ago. And I can't remember his name now. I don't even think he watches or is around anymore. He probably hates that I still use this all the time.
Stop mistreating Uncle Lou!
I mean, that guy's probably like 25 now. You know, I don't know. If he ever reached out to me, and that goes for anybody, any of these people, you know, this guy.
Subscribe to YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great idea. Subscribe to YouTube. If they ever reached out to me and said, hey, that was a long time ago, blah, 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 could you please stop? Would you please stop using that clip? I would say, okay, and I would stop using it, but they never have, so I keep using it. It's definitely not Bo Baker. No. Thank you for the coffee. Definitely not Bo Baker. I was about to ask, where's Lou at? Well, why are you about to ask that? Him's downstairs. Where is Lou? Him's downstairs. Who the fuck is Hims? I want to get the guy who fell asleep back on. Yeah, that was Bo Baker. I never saw him before that, never seen him since that either. So your guess is as good as mine as far as where the hell he's at these days. Game getting ready to start here. Pistons and Cavs. Pistons are up 1-0. This is the second round in the Eastern Conference. Pistons 1-1. I could have swore that was Ballard. No, it's definitely not Ballard. It's definitely not Ballard. 30 Ohio State football players filed a lawsuit against the school for sexual abuse. What? What? Come on. Oh, this is the same. Isn't this the same doctor as before? Hold on. Let me just read the article here. Oh boy. The Big Ten, I'm telling you, the Big Ten is the dominant football conference. They're also the dominant sexual deviance conference. Is there almost every time you hear it's the Northwestern hazing, dingling car wash. You of course have Sandusky and Penn State. You've got the Ohio State wrestling abuse scandal that's been whatever. You've got all the shit at Michigan with Sharon Moore. And now what is this with Ohio State? Oh, boy. All right, let's see what this is here. More than a dozen former NFL players joined sex abuse lawsuits against Ohio State University. All say the late Dr. Richard Strauss preyed on them decades ago when they played football for the Buckeyes. Yeah, so this is an old case. This is new names joining the case, but I'll just read the article. 30 former Ohio State football players, including more than a dozen who went on to play in the NFL, signed on to the class action lawsuit brought by other ex-Ohio State students who say they were sexually abused decades ago by campus Dr. Richard Strauss. While the 8-year legal battle to get Ohio State to pay damages over allegations that it failed to protect them from Strauss has thus far been led largely by former college wrestlers, this new group includes prominent former members of the Buckeye football team like Al Washington, Ray Ellis, and Keith Ferguson, all three of whom went on to play pro football. The attorney, who's a former Ohio State wrestler and one of the Strauss survivors currently suing the school, confirmed Thursday that he's representing the 30 football players who have signed engagement letters to join the class action suit. There's a congressman that's tied up in this too, who has been accused of helping to cover this up. What's the Ohio congressman's name? What is his name? He's a prominent congressman. He's one of these people you see talking on the news all the time. What's his name? And he was affiliated with the Ohio State, Jim Jordan. Yeah. Now, was he a wrestling coach or a wrestler at Ohio State? I can't remember, but he's affiliated with this some kind of way and has been accused by some of wielding his political power to help to cover a lot of this up. I don't know a lot of the details about this case, so I'm not going to say much about it other than to say I'm not at all surprised that there's a college athlete sex abuse scandal involving a Big Ten team, because it just seems to always happen. Well, remember the big Olympic deal? Wasn't that at Michigan or Michigan State? Where all the gymnasts were being abused? That was a Big Ten school. You, of course, have Penn State, Dingaling Car Wash at Northwestern, Sharon Moore at Michigan. The Big Ten is dominating right now in terms of sexual deviance. Yeah, Mel Tucker. Dang. Yeah, but don't forget the SEC paid players $100 handshake under the table, though. Don't forget about that, though. But yeah, all these Big Ten people can't stop fucking kids and stuff. It's weird. We're underway here. 12-5. Detroit out to an early lead here over the Cavs. Comment section looking like geniuses yet again early in this one. With all the PDF files in the Big Ten, Notre Dame should join. Yeah, they'd fit right in. They would fit right in there with the whole Catholic tie-in. As far as PDF files go. I thought the SEC was the only one that had been abusing Ohio State for the last 100 years, but it turns out they've had a doctor doing it too. Harden still turning it over from the last game. Yeah, the Cavs have no chance if he keeps doing that. Is the Big Ten allowed near a public school or a Chuck E. Cheese? Come on, man. Commercial break in the game. Let's check in with that baseball situation. Headed to the bottom of the first inning. No score. Tampa Bay Rays, Boston Red Sox. I need the Rays to win that one. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Yep. Dr. Feelgood. Oh, come on, man. Whoa, man. Oh, man. 30 Ohio State football players suing for sexual abuse. Imagine being a 20-year-old football player at Ohio State, going into the training room, and the doctors insist on taking your temperature rectally. Jolish, thank you for the 2 super chats. Jolish says, release the Leustein files. Well, first of all, there are no Leustein files, but any files I had, I clearly would release. Jolish says, the Catholic Church and the GOP are putting on an absolute show these days, trying to out PDF file one another. Again, that's Jolish's comment, not mine. Yeah, 1,000 on red, dadgummit. Well, you have to come in order for us to do that, Slaw. Are you coming or no? Yesterday you were pretending to be mad at Caesars and said you weren't coming. Oh, you are coming. Okay. Wait till the Dabo files come out. Well, his brother's files have already come out. Apparently, Brendan Sorsby needs a lawyer now. I better call Salt. Well, he's already got a lawyer, but and I don't need to hear any legal. If he was playing college football and betting on college football, he should be. That should be it. We should never see him on a football field again. That should be it. You cannot. There's no gray area. If you are involved in sports, you cannot bet on sports. It's just that simple. It just has to be that way. Doesn't make Brendan Sorsby a bad person or a career criminal. You know, and people say, well, it's legal to, there's lots of things that it's legal to do that you can't do in certain situations. And so the fact that it's legal to gamble, I don't care. You don't have a constitutional right to play sports. So if you're going to be gambling on sports, you can't be involved in sports. And look, the 2 things I love the most, college football and gambling. So I get it, but I don't play. I'm not involved. Why does Clemson's mascot look like Tony the Tiger on drugs? 14-7 now. Pistons have doubled up the Cavs early in this one. 8:20 to go in the first quarter. Pistons with the ball in a 7-point lead. Fadeaway jumper, no good. Cavs with the rebound. James Harden, the beard. Bad pass from Harden, and the Cavs turn it over just like that. Huffer Billy Paw, Pete will still be making videos defending Dabo after the documentary releases. Y'all leave Pete alone, man. Pete ain't do nothing to y'all. Detroit turns it over that time. Still a 7-point lead. Cleveland with the ball. Drives into the lane, up and in. 5-point game now. 14-9. Pistons on top. Are you on drugs, sir? Florida's going 100-0. Fuck Georgia, go Gators. Billy Napier, fucking Lane Kiffin. John Summerall. Money to the 1K on red. Woo. Are we really going to do that again? Don't tease me like, don't get my hopes up like that. And then we get in there and you pull out, $100. Herbert on Family Guy went Ohio State in college. Florida is hot doo-doo. They are indeed a steaming pile, bud. You are right about that. They are indeed a steaming pile. You are the one who switched to $500. Buddy, I've done $1,000 spins on roulette a dozen times. What are you talking about? Lou, who's your favorite Mark Richt player? Aaron Murray. I mean, I have a lot of players that I liked. I liked Rennie Curran a lot. I liked David Pollock a lot. I liked Leonard Pope a lot. I liked Noshawn Moreno, AJ Green. Did you see Summerall say he will jump off the top of the stadium if Florida doesn't make a bowl game? Well, that makes sense since Florida fans have been threatening to jump out of a window for 15 years. So that kind of is on par. You know, that's on brand there with the Florida man. Thank you, Jolish. Thank you, Huffer Billy Paul, for the super chats. Yeah, that's on brand for Florida, man. I'll jump off the stadium if we don't make a bowl game. For the record, I fully expect Florida to make a bowl game. I think they could win 8 games. Did you see my super chat? I don't know. Did I? No, I didn't. Committed. Thank you for the super chat. I just want to point out Lindsey Graham has been in Congress for 30 years. Not one woman claimed any harassment. That's true. And the most likely reason for that is that he's gay. I don't know that he's gay, but I think he is. I don't care. I think it's sad that he has, if he is gay, I think it's sad that he has to live his entire life in the closet because the minute he comes out, he would be unelectable. It's sad. Florida fans would have been spared serious misery had Napier done that. Yeah, they probably wish he would have done that 3 years ago. Last night's second chat bet was the first half over total on the Wolves and Spurs game. I don't remember. To be honest with you, I don't remember if that hit or not. I know that we're at $396 right now, and that I have a bet on the Tampa Bay Rays to beat the Red Sox, the Cavs and Pistons first half under 105.5 points, and the Pistons -2 in the first half. That I know. Ron Zook is better than Napier any day. Wow. Week 0 generally sucks. Perfect weekend for a Lucon. I like to do the Lucon when there's some good. I mean, you talking about having people over here? I'm going to do that again this year. I did it last year. How many people do we have over here? 12 or 15? Which is way too many. There was like 12 people in here. This is a 10 by 10 room. This is like a small. I have a 4-bedroom house. This is the smallest bedroom. This is a bedroom. I have a 4-bedroom house. This is the smallest bedroom. It's 10 by 10 maybe. It doesn't feel that closed in when I'm in here by myself because it's literally got like, I don't know, 15-foot ceilings. There's vaulted ceilings, but how many people were in here on that when I had people? There had to be 10 or 12 people in here, and that was ridiculous. So I don't know. I might have to figure something else out for that. I might have to get like a doorman. I'll get Jay Shipes. Jay, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna pay you, Jay, but you got to be the doorman. We're gonna have like a 1 in, 1 out policy. You know, we'll put one of those fire marshal signs up. You know, max occupancy 5. And then I'm gonna have Jay Shipes at the door, and it's gonna be a 1 in, 1 out policy. Watch Lou gonna play Lonely divorced dad songs again. At least 10 were in there at any given moment. Yeah, it was There was 5 too many people in here constantly. I do know that. 16-11 your score. Pistons with a 5-point lead. 5:45 to go in the first. Pistons have the ball for 3. No good. Clanks off the front of the rim. And a foul underneath, I believe, on Cleveland on the rebound. Got to get Juke Poot down here this time. It's hard to get Juke Poot go anywhere, ain't it? Got to get Juke Poot down here. I'm surprised the Slob Olympics haven't been in Saudi yet. Why does that surprise you that they haven't been in Saudi? Why would they be in Saudi? I'm going to rearrange. No, that's not happening either. There's going to be it's going to be like the zoo. You know, it's a look but don't touch policy with the helmets. Or you could sell premium event studio tour tickets. I'm not trying to make any money off the deal. It was way too many people in here. I'm trying to get to Juke Poot's house to that beer room. I hear you there. You should have Josh Pate on it. Josh Pate would never come on this show. That Georgia Auburn stream was insane. Someone got to try to get that leaf blower again. That leaf blower almost caused a couple of incidents. So we might have to have a no leaf blower policy, too. Still 16-11. Both teams having trouble scoring here over the last couple of minutes, which is great for my under bet. Absolutely amazing for my under 105 bet first half. Josh Pate would come down and talk about Meemaw the whole time. Well, I'm not going to give him any shit for talking about his Meemaw. I talk about my granddaddy all the time on here. I don't dislike Josh Pate. I look, if I didn't like Josh Pate, I would never say his name on this channel, period. I would never mention him. I would never talk about his show. I wouldn't watch his show. I do like Josh Pate. But I've been consistent on this over the years. I think Josh Pate is great for stats, information, and behind the scenes type stuff because he does have a lot of sources and he's connected around and all that. When it comes to his opinions or predictions or thoughts about how a team will do or something like that, good or bad, I just don't pay it any attention at all. What's your favorite football helmet that's not Georgia? I can tell you some of the ones I have that I like. There's 140 FBS teams. Some teams have 15 helmets. Some teams have 2. Some teams have 5. Some teams have 1. There's 500 or 600 helmets. I'm not going to sit here and go through a list of helmets I like or don't like. Some of the favorite helmets that I have is the Utah helmet over there. I'm partial to matte black helmets. I like the BYU helmet, the TCU helmet. I like the NC State helmet with the red wolf logo and the chrome face mask. What else? I don't understand the fascination with the Michigan helmet. Every time somebody does do a list of like, these are the top 5 helmets in college football, Michigan is always on there. It's not that I think the Michigan helmet is ugly or bad or whatever, but I don't understand the infatuation with the Michigan helmet. What else? As far as the group of 5 goes, I've got the the Marshall helmet from when they played on Labor Day, I think it was, or Veterans Day. So the M is red, white, and blue. What else over there? I like the Tulane helmet with the green wave on the side. The North Texas helmet just because it's matte black. What's going on here? Oh, Pistons just scored. Slam dunk. They're up 20-11 now with 3 minutes to go. Notre Dame has the best helmet. Yeah, I disagree. It's a plain goal. It's a lazy helmet. It's like Penn State. Penn State is a helmet with nothing on it. How's that the best helmet? Penn State is everybody's helmet before they did anything to it. I don't like, so it's not that I don't like it, but what is it about the Penn State helmet that is so great? I mean, I don't know. Same with Notre Dame. Yeah, I like the Georgia Tech helmet I have too. I have the honeycomb. I know it's hard to tell on here, but the Georgia Tech helmet's up there somewhere, but it's got it's a white helmet with a gold Georgia Tech logo on the side, but the whole helmet is honeycombed. I like that one. I wish UGA would get back to winning natties so we can get back to bitching about wanting to see alternative uniforms. Arizona State helmet with the devil is cool. Yeah, which one do I have? I've got the, hold on. Y'all are doing everything y'all can to make me get up. And you know good and damn well I don't want to. That's the Arizona State helmet right there. It's the mustard yellow with the burgundy trident on the side. You need to get the updated Vandy helmet. I've got like 3 Vandy helmets. I've got the gold one with the Commodore on the side. I've got the white one, and I've got a black one. Worst college uniform of all time, the Georgia Power Rangers outfit. Yeah, that was disgusting. I hated that thing. Thank God. I mean, they'll never wear that again, obviously, nor do they need to. Nor do they need to. Got some good news in the baseball game. The Tampa Bay Rays have taken a 2-0 lead over the Red Sox in the top of the second inning, and they're still batting with runners on first and third and only 1 out. So we've got the Rays to beat the Red Sox. We're looking good there so far. Georgia Power Rangers, when did they wear this? That was against Boise State in 2011. They lost the game too. It was the opening game, I believe, in 2010 or 2011. I'm sure you can find them. Show you a picture. They're dog shit ugly. This is them. Ugly. Ugly. Real ugly, too. How many cups of coffee will I drink today? CBS Sports journalist says white helmets for Bama need to return, classic and traditional in the Bear era. Yeah, that would probably look okay. I can respect a team that wears just their home and away unis. That's fine with me. I have come to accept alternate unis if there's one of them, and maybe you wear them once a year. 15 years ago, I thought what Oregon was doing was cool. I no longer feel that way about Oregon. And now there's a lot of other teams that are doing Tennessee wears 4 and 5 different uniform combinations a year now. Why? That doesn't make any sense. I think you should either say we're going to be traditional and we're going to wear our home unis and our away unis, or have one alternate uniform that you wear maybe once a year. I'm okay with that. The Oregon thing with 500 uniform combinations, I don't like it. Tennessee being a poor man's version of that with 6 and 7 different uniform combinations a year, I don't like that. Georgia once for no reason wearing that abomination of a uniform I just showed you. Why? Florida when they wore the Ninja Turtle, or what was that shit Florida wore that time? Y'all remember what were those uniforms Florida wore that one time that were just horrifically bad? Huffer Billy Paw says, let's go Lou. Every team has hopes, but only few teams have hope. Thank you, Huffer Billy Paw. That's like a riddle wrapped up in a... Thank you, Huffer Billy Paw. That's very generous of you, buddy. Very generous of you, Paul. Every team has hopes, but only few teams have hope. Thank you. It's like a riddle wrapped in an enigma there. Yeah. Into the first quarter, your score 25-18. The Pistons with a 7-point lead over the Cavs. So they're looking good on the comment section bet, which is Detroit -2 in the first half. Also looking really good on my under 105 points bet for the first half. So we're looking good. We are looking good. Yeah, a riddle wrapped in a $100 bill. Yeah, a riddle wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a $100 bill, shoved inside of a fortune cookie. Right, lady? Was it the, oh yeah, the Florida uniforms. Which can I find these? This. What the this? Yeah, this. This was horrifically bad. This is Florida? What the fuck? Why? Why'd they do that? Look, I typed in reptile uniforms. And Google knew what it meant. Yeah, Google said, oh, you must be talking about these. Now, that don't want to come up. What about this one? Florida to rock alligator-inspired uniforms for showdown with Texas A&M. I wonder if they won or lost that game. It was back in 2017, so they likely lost it. Let's see. I can't type today. Yeah, they did. Of course, you just, any random game over the last 15 years you can think of, Florida probably lost. And again, this is the case here. Texas A&M beat them 19-17 because, of course, they did. Of course they did. Sent you a pic on Twitter of an ugly uniform from Miami. Why would you do that? Miami wore these in a game? Slaw, you see this? Hopefully, Billy Parr, are you watching? These are the Iran have nuke uniforms. Look at this. Who were they playing? The Revolutionary Guard? Iran have nuke. Iran have nuke. We better wear the military uniforms. But you're the Miami Hurricanes. Don't matter. Iran have nuke. Okay. All right, buddy. I don't know. Those Michigan State neon greens were pretty bad. CBSS Ports journalist. Well, 88 ain't much better. To hell with Georgia Tech. Go Dogs. I can support that message. All right, 25-20. Cleveland just scored. Second quarter just underway. 5-point lead for the Pistons. They're at home, up 1-0 over the Cavs. Detroit with the ball now. Fake the three. Dribbling around. Dribble between the legs. Off his foot and a turnover. Cavs with a 3-on-2 here. Walk. That's a travel. He hit him with one of these. You have to, you know how bad you have to travel in the NBA for them to actually call a travel? So that guy took about 7 or 8 steps. The referee had no choice. You can get away with 4 or 5 steps now, and then they would call, oh, well, no, it's not a travel because he did the Euro step. Oh, yeah, is the Euro step code for 4 steps or something? I don't speak Euro. But you can pretty much take 4 or 5 steps now in the NBA. But this guy took about 7 or 8. They had to go ahead and get him with the travel routine. Does that make Miami a service academy? Oh. Has Texas A&M ever wore military uniforms in a football game? Texas A&M. I don't think they have. I see a black uniform here for A&M. Of course, they're burgundy and they're white. Even a gray. Yeah. I don't want to hear anything else about Texas A&M being a service academy. They've never even worn a fake military football uniform. So, yeah, I don't want to hear anything else about that. I heard Florida State signed an NIL deal with Cirque du Soleil. They ought to sign one with Barnum and Bailey. You know, they got the Barnum and Bailey right there on campus. 28-22. 6-point lead for the Pistons, and they just turned it over again. Nope, off Cleveland, so Detroit will keep the ball. 18 seconds on the shot clock. 10-18 to go in the first half. 28-22, Pistons with a 6-point lead. Texas A&M is not a military academy. Only dumbass would say that. Yeah, but for some reason they get really mad when you tell them that. I don't know why. Like, Georgia's not a service academy. So if somebody were to tell me, hey, Georgia's not a service academy, I would go, yeah, I know. And I would go on with whatever I was doing. But when you tell a Texas A&M person that Texas A&M's not a service academy, it turns into a 2-hour argument. I don't understand it. It's fucking weird. It's really weird. Step back 3 for Cleveland, no good. Detroit with the rebound. 30-22, 8-point lead now. 9:45 to go. Still looking good on the under and the Detroit -2. Both of those are first half bets. Detroit for 3. Bang. Drained it. 11-point lead. Biggest lead of the game now. Never mind, Lou. I found the worst unis. Look up Virginia Tech versus Georgia Tech. Sharpie uniforms. Is this a real game? They literally wrote their names on the back with a Sharpie? Is that what you're talking about? No wonder we need an expanded playoff. They can't even afford to stitch the names on the back of the jerseys. What is this? Virginia Tech borrowed Georgia Tech's uniform in a Jersey Gate game. What happened? They showed up without their jerseys? Look at this. It's crossed out on the front. Look, it says Yellow Jackets, but it's like blacked out with a marker. What is this? When was this? 2007. Okay. Oh, man. They showed up for a game with Georgia Tech and forgot their jerseys, so they had to wear Georgia Tech practice jerseys. So they wrote their names on the back in magic marker and crossed out where it said Georgia Tech on the front, or where it said Yellow Jackets on the front. God damn, man. Yeah, we definitely need playoff expansion, man. These teams are more broke than I thought they were. That's that. If down bad was a picture, that's it right there. Dang, man. Dang. 10-point lead for the Pistons, 8.5 to go in the first half, 34-24. Cavs with the ball. James Harden with the dribble routine. Dribble in that. Boston has scored, but the Rays are up 3-1. Boston's batting in the bottom of the second. Runners on first and second with no outs. So we need the Rays to get out of that inning. We've got the Rays to beat the Red Sox right now. They're up 3-1. Did any of these woozies make a first half bet? Yes, we've got the Pistons -2, and we've got under 105.5. And we're going to hit both of those. So 2-0 to start the stream. Plus, we've got the Rays to win, and they're up 3-1. I'm printing money over here. The Pay Lou revolution, full steam ahead. James Harden got fouled there. Lou spreads his legs for Georgia to beat Texas. I don't have to do anything at all for Georgia to beat Texas, but sit here and laugh at you. That's all I have to do. It just happens. It's like the sun coming up in the east. I don't have to do anything at all. It just happens. Georgia just beats them. That's just what they do. Harden tried to ditch it inside, but it was stolen. Detroit with the ball in a 7-point lead. 7.5 minutes to go now in the first half. Floater, no good. Fouled underneath. I will openly say, though, the patriotic unis for Army and Navy are great. America. FSU blue jerseys are eye cancer. Florida State wore blue jerseys? Why would they do that? The only color jersey you can wear and it not be a normal part of your team colors is black, I think, because every team looks good in black jerseys. Oh, wow. Yeah, I do remember these. Yeah, I do remember these. Yeah, these were bad. Why? Why? Well, guys, I got good news and bad news. Oh, yeah? Yeah. What do you want to hear first? Give me the bad news. You're going to be dog shit this year. You're not even going to make a bowl game. Okay, what's the good news? You get to wear these ugly ass turquoise uniforms. Oh, okay, yeah, good. Okay. Spencer Miner, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you in here today, buddy. Hope you're doing all right. He says, dang, Virginia Tech was down bad before the '08 crash. Yeah, they didn't need the stock market or the housing market to crash for them to bottom out, did they? It was already scraping the bottom of the barrel. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Committed, thank you for the super chat. He says, how is Texas get ranked ahead of UJ each year when UJ shoves them in a locker when they play? Because previous years have nothing to do with future year rankings. That's why. That's the primary reason why. Yeah. I'm assuming then you're mad that Georgia is ranked ahead of Ole Miss, correct? That make you mad too? You think Ole Miss should be ahead of Georgia? Commercial break on the game now. Can we get Prestige Worldwide to do the Super Bowl halftime show? I don't know what Prestige Worldwide is. I'm also not in charge of the halftime show. You're going to have to talk to Jay-Z. Jay-Z is in charge of the halftime show, bud. Or his production company is. Hopefully for your sake, Jay-Z does know what Prestige Worldwide is, but I don't. I don't. They wore the blues because Seminole pride or something. Oh. What pride? They put a white kid on a horse and paint him up like an Indian. What kind of pride is that? That's not pride. That's appropriation. In that. I think I deserve another cup of coffee. I think I deserve another cup of coffee. The Red Sox had a big second inning. They scored 3 runs in the second inning. They have now tied it up with the Rays at the end of 2. Tampa Bay 3, Boston 3. So we're going to need the Rays to get it together there. I lived in Virginia for that Virginia Tech uniform thing, and I think some Georgia Tech fan or fans stole their uniform. Dang. Now, I don't condone that. I don't condone thievery in that. Lou, you never seen Step Brothers? Yes, I've seen Step Brothers. White Tonto say, fiery stick good, playoff bad. They did make the playoffs once, Florida State did. They made the first. In fact, Florida State was the first team in history to lose a playoff game. Florida State was the first college football team in history to lose a playoff. That's a good trivia question for you to ask your buddies. Hey, who lost the first ever college football playoff game? Florida State. Yeah. Who beat them? Oregon. I think that might have been the last time Oregon won a playoff game. Hey, buddy. Oregon, boy. They get the playoffs every year. Can't wait to lose by 20. How dare Shane Beamer wasn't watching the uniforms? Shane Beamer there then, 2007. I know his daddy was still there. I guess he probably was still there then. Yeah. Did you see Joel Shee's super chat camo butt plugs? I probably did and purposely didn't read it, but Texas, but Lou, with Texas A&M, you can't see the camo butt plugs they wear. Well, I bet when they bend over, you can. Yeah, like this, see? It looks like that. Like, that LED in that thing. Oh, man. Y'all need to stop. For real. Y'all need to stop. Cincinnati and Michigan State have a home and home officially scheduled for 2030 and 2031. Yeah, well, boy, I'm so glad you told us that. Wake me up the night before that game and remind me if it's still being played. I still won't care, but at least it'll be the next day at that point. Twitter told me. Did they tell you that Bama canceled their game with Oklahoma State? Twitter tell you that? But they didn't cancel their game with Ohio State. So I'll be honest, if they were going to cancel one of the two, I'm glad they canceled Oklahoma State because we get to see a big one there with Bama and Ohio State. But did Twitter tell you that too? Eight-point lead for the Pistons with 5.5 to go in the first half. Cavs with the ball after the Pistons missed that jumper. What is gayer? Camo butt plugs or having all male cheerleaders? Well, the combination of those things would be pretty gay. But I still think the answer is Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. Yeah, Ohio State pussied out. Of what? What did Ohio State pussy out of? Why do people not eat the food they cook or buy at a restaurant? Yeah, I don't know. That seems pretty dumb to me. Lou, why do you hate Florida so bad? What did we do to you? I don't hate Florida above and beyond the fact that they happen to be one of Georgia's rivals, but I don't have any sort of special hate for Florida above that. Beyond that. Bama? No, they didn't. Ohio State did not back out of the Bama game. What are you talking about? Are you okay, Ballard? Ballard, how is it you're in here telling me about Cincinnati and Michigan State in 2031, but you don't know that it was announced today that the Ohio State and Bama game is going to be played? How your priorities, Ballard, are so out of whack, and it's not just this is just the latest example. But you constantly show up and ask about or talk about the most random, uninteresting, mundane topics while ignoring a mountain of more relevant topics. It's really weird. So right now you're in here talking about how, oh yeah, we get Cincinnati and Michigan State are playing in 2031, blah, blah, and you don't even know that Bama and Ohio State announced today that they are going to go through and play their game in 2030 and 2031. It blows my mind. Blows my mind, bud. Bama canceled their game with Oklahoma State today, but Bama and Ohio State put out a joint statement saying they are not canceling. They are going to play their scheduled series. and you're in here talking about Cincinnati and Michigan State and had no idea about Bama and Ohio State, and you're a Bama fan, and you're a sports journalist for CBS.
Come on, man.
UJ afraid of FSU. Well, I mean, you know that's not true. FSU and Georgia mutually canceled that game. And unless you're a total retard, then you know the reason why. But, well, actually, given that last comment you just made, you might be a total retard. So I might have to actually explain to you why that game was canceled, which would be sad. But do I need to explain it? What level? Here you go. Here. What level of retarded are you? Like 1 through 5? 5 being like you pretty much stumble around all day drooling on your own shoes. 1 being you can semi-function, you just type dumb shit in comment sections. 1 through 5, like where do you fall? And then based on what you tell me, that will tell me whether or not I need to explain to you why Georgia and Florida State mutually canceled their home and home and are changing it to a neutral site game. And I'll wait for you to get your handler to explain to you what I just asked so that you can reply to me. I'll give you a few minutes because I know it's going to take it at least that long. 9-point lead for the Pistons. They missed a 3, but they got the rebound. Under 3 minutes to go in the first half. Another 3, another miss, and another offensive rebound. And that time they drive and hit a floater. 47-36, 11-point lead now for the Pistons. All right, let's check the baseball. Still 3-3. Bottom of the third inning, the Red Sox are up to bat, tied at 3 with the Rays. We need the Rays to win. Tied at 3, bottom of the third, Red Sox up to bat. Runner on first with 1 out. Georgia backing away from Florida State. Okay, so you're a 5 level retarded. Okay. The ACC and the SEC just went to 9 conference games, and everyone in the conference is required to play a 10th Power 4 opponent. Georgia and Florida State both have in-state rivals that are non-con opponents. Florida State plays Florida every year. Georgia plays Georgia Tech every year. So they canceled their home and home because that would be 11 Power 4 opponents, whereas the Big Ten only plays 9. So that's why that game was canceled and moved to a one-off neutral site instead of a 2-year home and home. If you just would have told me initially you were a 5 on the retard scale, I would have explained that to you right away, but I didn't know you needed to have it explained. But considering the fact that you repeated the same dumb comment you made before, that answered any questions I had about you there with that deal there. Stop mistreating Ballard. I'm not mistreating Ballard. It's just, come on, man. You can't come in here today as an Alabama fan talking about how excited you are that Cincinnati and Michigan State signed a home and home for 2031. And at the same time think that Bama and Ohio State canceled theirs when the opposite is true. It's you can't do that. You got to be better than that. He's a port journalist. Like, it'd be one thing if he was just a regular commenter, but he's a CBS port journalist. He should know better. He's a professional port. I don't know what. I'll admit I don't know exactly what a port journalist does, like on a day-to-day basis. I mean, outside of the obvious, covering ports. I guess I don't even know what type of news there is coming. I guess how much fentanyl did we see? How much fentanyl did we seize at the ports today? Mr. CBS Ports journalist, I don't know. It's like, is that the type of thing you cover? Anyway, as a Bama fan, you should have known that about the Bama-Ohio State deal. And that's all that is there. That's all that is there with that. Yeah. 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 Autism dude thought you knew that, buddy. Of course I knew that. What's the matter with you? Simple answer, UJ is scared of FSU. Yeah. And FSU is simultaneously scared. No, well, no. Georgia's not scared of FSU, and FSU's not scared of Georgia. Georgia is scared of playing a home and home with FSU. FSU is scared of playing a home and home with Georgia, so they've agreed to play one neutral site game. It would be the accurate way to describe that situation in terms of who's scared. Ballard Ports Media. Yeah. I mean, he lives in Florida. There's probably a lot of ports down there. I don't know. So he probably stays busy. Still an 11-point lead here for the Pistons. 2 minutes to go off the glass and in. Make it a 13-point lead now for the Pistons. But we're definitely going to hit both our bets in the first half. This is going to go way under 105. And the Pistons are definitely going to win by more than 2. It's merely a formality at this point. Yes, merely a formality in that. Detroit hits another 3. 14-point lead now. Cleveland for 3. It's good. 52-41. 1 minute to go. They're at 93 points. Y'all are on a heater. The comment section is with picking winners. I might have to let y'all do a halftime. Bet. Y'all are on a heater. I think y'all won like something like 4 out of 5, maybe. Why even schedule it? Why even schedule what? Lou, any team that you always wanted to see Georgia play but haven't? Southern Cal. Let's see, who else would there be? Georgia's played a lot of the big ones, like Ohio State was on that list for a long time. They had played Ohio State before, but it had been a long time ago. But we just saw that. We just saw them play Michigan, just saw them play Oregon. Who else? Who else would be on that Who else would be on that? Texas was on the list, but now they're in the SEC. Miami. Georgia playing Miami would be great for my channel because there's a million Miami fans, especially if Georgia lost to Miami. My guess is if Georgia played Miami and lost, I would probably make $2,000, which would be great. Southern Cal, there's not as many. Southern Cal is purely football thing. I would like to see Georgia play Southern Cal, just pure football. From a business standpoint, Georgia playing Miami and losing would be a gold mine. Penn State would be a good one, yeah. Penn State would be a good one. Everybody knew that Florida State would have lost both games. Over 100 games have been canceled in the last year. The combination of playoff expansion, conference expansion, and the SEC and the ACC going to 9 conference games have led to hundreds of non-conference games being scheduled over the last couple of years. I know it's fun to say anytime a series gets canceled, oh, that team must have been scared of that team, like this fucking dribbling retard Hall of Fame Trey or whatever the fuck, who's a Florida fan. So, I mean, just going by his own logic, right? Just his own logic. Florida has agreed in principle to cancel its future home-and-home series with Arizona State, North Carolina State, and Cal. So I guess according to Florida fan Hall of Fame Trey, Florida is now afraid of Arizona State, NC State, and Cal. Now, back here in reality, I know that's not true. This was canceled, guess when? September of 2025. Right when the SEC told everybody they were going to 9 conference games. Florida, who does Florida play every year out of conference? Florida State. So Florida, every year, now, going forward, is going to play 10 Power 4 conference teams a year. 9 SEC teams and Florida State at the end of the year. So why, in their right mind, given playoff expansion going to 24 teams, would they schedule additional Power 4 teams? You're going to be able to go 9-3 and get in the playoffs every single year. And they're already having to play 10 Power 4 opponents because their in-state rival is in the ACCs. They play them every year, Florida State. So I know it's fun to say, oh, and this dribbling retard, he must think his own team is afraid of Arizona State, NC State, and Cal. I don't know. But like I said, I know that's not the case. I know those series were canceled because of conference expansion, playoff expansion, and the SEC and the ACC going to 9 conference games because I'm not an absolute idiot. Alabama's going to play Ohio State. Why? Alabama and Ohio State, neither one have a permanent Power 4 team that they play every year out of conference. Georgia does. Florida does. Florida State does. South Carolina does. Kentucky does. Some do, some don't. Lou, are you a Mossad agent? You know I can't answer that. You know I can't answer that. You know that. How is there a million Miami fans in empty stadiums most games? But they're internet fans. Yeah, they're internet fans. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that's what it is. But just look around even Miami content creators. Look at remember Alonzo? Columbia, South Carolina. Coach Coop, who I love to death. Love Coach Coop. Love Coach Coop to death. Lives in Tennessee. I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but that's why there's there's a million Miami internet fans. None of them live down there. That's why they're not at the game. None of them live down there. UJ loses to Miami, I'll send you $5K immediately. You won't have to, Paul. You won't have to. You won't have to. I made $1,000 in an hour when Georgia lost to Ole Miss. What do you think would happen if Georgia lost to Miami? What do you think would happen? I would make twice that easy. Easy. Now, I don't want that to happen. I don't want Georgia to ever lose a game, but the reality is what it is. Georgia loses, the views go way up. That's just what it is. UGA's down bad. Yeah. Over the last 5 years since NIL started, they've got more wins than any other team in the country, more national titles than any other team in the country. They finished in the top 10 years in a row. They finished in the top 6 in recruiting 10 years in a row. They haven't lost more than 2 regular season games in a decade. Yeah, won the SEC 2 years in a row, 3 of the last 4. Haven't lost to Florida since COVID. They're, what are they, 9-1 against Florida in their last 10 games. I don't see how Georgia's ever going to pick themselves back up. Yeah, Iowa plays Iowa State. Yep. Halftime, 54-43. All right, so the comment section can give themselves a W. W in the chat for the comment section. Y'all hit y'all's first half bet. Y'all hit y'all's first half bet. Y'all are on a roll. Y'all have won about, what, 4 of the last 5, something like that. The comment section had Pistons -2 in the first half, and they are winning at halftime by 11. So if Trey is still watching and that other idiot that was in here earlier, 11 is more than 2. So the comment section bet paid off, which, of course, we like to see. We like to see that. You said 2 people in Georgia had the hentai virus. I have no idea what that is. I'm definitely not one of the 2, though. There's nothing wrong with me. Set the record for biggest national championship blowout and players drafted. Yeah, not just national championship blowout. But the 2 biggest bowl blowouts in history. Georgia has postseason blowouts: the Florida State win and the TCU win. But yeah, Georgia's in a bad way. They'll be lucky to make a bowl game from now to the end of time. Yeah, that guy's right. I don't know how they'll ever pick themselves up. Yeah, telling me what to do is frowned upon, bud. Telling me what to do. That's a big no-no. Y'all want me to do another coffee? I've already had 2 coffees. Do y'all want me to do another one, or should I calm down? I'll let y'all decide. Y'all might, maybe y'all think I'm too much right now, and I need to reel it in a little. I'll let y'all decide. I'll let y'all let me know in the chat, and I'll let y'all decide there on that deal there. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Lou is patient 0 to hentai virus. I don't know what that is. That virus is hard to transmit. BYU and Utah. BYU and Utah are in the same conference. Kansas and Kansas State are in the same conference. So that's not what we're talking about here. Lou, if you live stream Georgia losing to Miami, you would have 10,000 live viewers. I had 14,000 when Georgia was losing to Cincinnati in a regular bowl game in 2020. I had over 10,000 in 2020 when Georgia was losing on the road at Arkansas in week 1. Now, Georgia ended up winning both of those games in the second half, but there's been several streams I've done where the numbers have gotten pretty crazy. Hantavirus. Lou, what are the chances Indiana will repeat? Way under 50%. And I mean, I would say that, and I have said that about every single national champion ever. It's extremely hard to win a national title, so therefore it's even harder to win 2 in a row. I think Indiana will be good again. I wouldn't be surprised if they made the playoffs, but I'm not going to pick them to win the Natty, just like I didn't pick Georgia to win the Natty in 2022. It's extremely difficult to win it 2 years in a row. It only happens about once a decade, and it's already happened this decade. I don't remember who did it, but it's already happened this decade. What'd y'all decide on the coffee? The Rays and the Red Sox are still tied at 3. We need the Rays to score some runs there. You can never have enough coffee. People on a cruise ship got the hantavirus. I need another gummy. Lou, do you smoke green? No. I mean, I have maybe 5 times in my whole life. It doesn't do anything for me. All right. Let me go do the coffee, and I will be right back.
Morning, good afternoon, and night, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, sir, and good night, sir. Saturday smoke in the Georgia heat. Trash talk loud from the red and black seat. Whole chat room ready to explode. Another fan base crying on the road. Red cup raised, scoreboards glow. Everybody talking about the Uncle Lou show. One bad loss in the season gone. Now your coach getting roasted all night long. Hit the live stream, everybody pile in. Somebody already mad before it began. Phones blowing up, comments flying fast. Trying to stay off the word backlist. Good morning, welcome to the Uncle Lou show. Gator tears are gonna overflow. 4th and long with nowhere to go. Good afternoon. Everybody yelling through the TV screen. Blue blood kings in the in-between. Saturday legends and meme machine. Good night. Hope your playoff dreams survive. Cause Uncle Lou just went live and somebody's season is over tonight. Trolling all y'all till the rankings drop. All these losers ready to call the cops. One upset got them sick inside. Now they hide from the comments side. Corn dogs suck nuts and the gums are all mad. Every single caller sounding down bad. From Jackpot to Josh Put your Pigskin Pete. Everybody wants to know what BA made to eat. Don't tell Uncle Lou what to do. Droovy, thank you!
mistreating Uncle Lou.
See y'all next stream.
All right, I'm back. Coffee will be in here in just a second.
Good.
Yeah, good morning. That's right. Good morning. Coffee will be in here in just a second. I'm standing on the couch. Somebody emailed me that today. Somebody emailed me somebody made that and emailed it to me today. It's made with AI, I'm sure, that, but I don't know who or how or what app, or I don't know anything about all that, but somebody emailed it, and I've gotten 2 or 3 of those emailed to me over the last couple of years, and they've all been okay. That's the best one though. That one's actually pretty good. Bama 2011 and 2012, Georgia 21 and 22. Yep, that's right. That's right. And honestly, the more you expand the playoffs, the harder it's going to be to repeat, because the more you expand the playoffs, the harder it's going to be to win it. You know, in the BCS era, you had to win 1 postseason game to win a natty. In the 14 playoff era, you had to win 2 postseason games to win a natty. In the 12-team playoff era, you've got to win 3 or 4, depending if you get a bye. Thank you. To win a natty. And when they go to 24, you're going to have to win 4 or 5 games in the postseason to win a natty. So winning back-to-back natties was rare in the BCS. It was rare in the 14 playoff. It's going to be even more rare in the 12-team playoff, and it'll almost never happen in a 24-team playoff. Second half underway. Detroit 9-point lead, 11 minutes to go, just underway in the second half. Check the baseball situation. Still 3-3, Rays and Red Sox. We do need the Rays to win that one. Louis, how are we looking with the Gypsy today? We're doing good, Joe. We went 2-0 in the first half of this basketball game. We had the Pistons -2 and under 105. We hit both of those. I do need the Rays to beat the Red Sox. They're tied at 3 right now in the 5th inning. And I don't have a bet on the second half of this game, but up $486 for the week. So far, so good. Do you see Tulane repeating into the playoffs? And if so, do they have a chance at a natty? The second part of the question first, no. No G5 or G6 is ever winning a natty, period. It will never happen. Under any scenario, never. It's also going to be extremely hard for any G5 or G6 team to get into the playoffs in back-to-back years, because to get into the playoffs means they had a significant number of good players. Well, what happens to good players now in the G5 and the G6? They transfer into the Power 4. So I don't expect James Madison or Tulane to make the playoffs next year. But no matter who makes the playoffs from the G5 or the G6, they're not winning a natty. No G5 or G6 team is ever beating 4 top 10 teams in a row. It will never happen, which is why they should have their own playoff, because I don't think it's fair to the G5 or the G6 that they don't have a team that's ever going to win a natty. I don't think that's fair to them. I try to send a super chat. It never works, and honestly, it pisses me off. I don't know what might be causing that. That is weird. Does it give you some kind of error message or something? You don't have to super chat me, Pete. You know that. You can text me whatever you want to say, and I'll read it. G5, G6 need their own playoffs. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Where's our mascot? Come on, bro, Burger right there. Bird, Dad said, where you at, dude? I said, where? See you right there. Okay. You got lamb, man. Look at this. She couldn't be less interested right now. She could not be less interested right now. Let's see. Cleveland has cut the lead to 7, but Detroit just scored to put it back to 9, 56-47. We need to start thinking about that Lakers game and what we want to do there. Although, I'll go ahead and tell you, I think the Thunder. The spread is 15.5. That is a massive spread on that game. 15.5 is a lot of points. Does a shirt stand for something, or is it? No, it's just a shirt. It's just a shirt. Yeah, it doesn't stand for nothing. If it does, I don't know what it stands for. Did BA have her final exam? No, she signed up for it, but once you sign up for it, you have to. They have to send her something back. I don't know if it's a link or what. I don't. Anyway, so she signed up for it, and she's waiting on the link back or whatever to say, yeah, now you can take it or whatever. Is that an X-Men? I don't think it's an X-Men shirt. No. I can't read the tag. Oh, let's do this. I got another camera, don't I? How many cameras do I have? Well, how many do you need? That's not what I asked you. I asked you. Here, I got a different camera here. Okay. Express. So that's probably what it stands for.
Stop mistreating Uncle Lou!
Good idea. Plus 15 plus. I don't know what that means. Do not tell me or Lou what to do. What's up, Utah man? When's the talent show? There might not be one, but if there is one, it will be the last week of May on the morning show. But nobody has sent any videos in, so there might not be one, which would be fine with me because I'm only keeping the morning show alive through the end of the talent show. So if there aren't any, that means I get to end the morning show a week early. Pete would love to meet his cousin, Fred Flintstone. What? Why are you trolling Pete? Pete, are you going to stand for that? First of all, I don't think that's true. I don't think Pete is any relation at all to Fred Flintstone. Pete is down bad with Clemson. Why are y'all trolling Pete? Hey, Lou, I appreciate you. I appreciate you watching, my man. J Ash, is that it? It's either Jash or J Ash. I appreciate you watching, my man. As a Vols fan, I can appreciate your channel, no BS about anything. Who do you think will get the starting QB job? I have no idea. I really don't. A lot of times when you're in this, like take the Alabama situation, right? You've got Austin Mack, who's been in college for 3 or 4 years, so he's been in the system, but and then you got Keelan Russell, who's a young kid. But at Tennessee, it's just basically too young. There's not like an experience advantage for one or the other. So I really don't know. If I was a Tennessee fan, though, I think you just have to trust Josh Heupel. I mean, I don't think he's a perfect coach, but he's proved to be pretty good with quarterbacks. I mean, um, I know they didn't have a great record last year, and the season definitely didn't end well with the Vanderbilt deal. Um, but G5 Joey had a better year than anybody thought he would have in the offseason. Uh, and you got to give Heupel credit for that. So if you're not going to trust Heupel on anything, I think you have to trust him to that he'll make the right decision at quarterback between the two. Now, it might be that neither quarterback is some elite level talent. I don't know. None of us know because they've never played. But you have to. It's like Kirby with defense. We might lose a linebacker or safety or something, but if nothing else with Kirby Smart, I trust his ability to field a competent defense. It feels like with Josh Heupel, you have to be that way with quarterback too. Did y'all see Pigskin Pete on the old movie Junk? What in the world why is that guy trolling Pete? Did y'all catch Pigskin Pete on the old movie Jungle Book? What Jungle Book what Jungle Book character is Pigskin Pete supposed to be? This might piss off some folks, but I think the Big 12 has the best starting QBs in the country, top to bottom. We just don't have the trenches like some other ones do. Well, you lost your best one. I don't know if that changes the calculus on your assessment there or not, but the Big 12 lost their best starting QB. Some would argue they lost their best two if you throw Sam Levitt in the mix, who now plays for LSU. But Sorsby is done. Sorsby would have been the best quarterback in the Big 12. He's done. Sam Levitt has proven to be a good quarterback. He's now at LSU. There are other good quarterbacks in the hell. I still like the guy from Kansas that's been there for 9 years. What's his name? Drawing a blank on his name. But I like the guy from Kansas. I like the Trevor Lawrence impersonator that plays quarterback for Kansas State. Avery. I mean, there are I know you don't want to admit it, but the kid at BYU who kind of came out of nowhere last year when the guy that was supposed to start at quarterback for BYU last year got kicked off the team for having consensual sex with an adult, which is weird, but that's BYU for you. So they had to start a kind of last minute quarterback thing, but he ended up being okay. He's back. You got Avery at Kansas State. What's the guy's name now at Kansas? What's that guy's name at Kansas? I'm just drawing a blank on his name now. The BYU. Yeah, he ended up going to Tulane. I think he played last year, didn't he? Didn't the BYU, wasn't he the quarterback at Tulane last year? Cleveland cut the lead to 6 here, 62-56. 6:48 to go in the third. Yeah, Jalen Daniels. Now, what happened to the BYU? Now, is he still at Tulane? Did he transfer, or did he go to the draft? I don't know what happened to him at Tulane. I know Summerall was there, Summerall left, but I don't know what happened to that graduated. Okay, so he's gone. So he's out of eligibility now. Okay, undrafted free agent. Okay. Did he try suing for never-ending eligibility? Works for everybody else. What's up, Brian? Good to see you, my man. Cleveland for 3. Drains it. 4-point game now. Cleveland clawing their way back here in the third quarter. They were down 11. It's now a 4-point game. West Virginia could have good QB play. Michael Hawkins Jr. or Scotty Fox. I think Noah is the best QB in the Big 12, but he plays for shitty-ass Arizona. I mean, the SEC's got Arch Manning, Lenore Sellers, Gunnar Stockton, Sam Levitt, John Mateer. The Arkansas QB is, I don't know if he's a good quarterback. He's an exciting player at times. Tennessee, we don't really know what's going to go on there. Missouri's got Austin Simmons, who was the starter at Ole Miss at the beginning of the season last year. He got hurt. That's how we ended up there with Trinidad Chambliss. Florida, you don't really know what's going on there. Alabama, don't really know what's going on there. Texas A&M's got Spencer Reed. Is that his name? Spencer Reed? Marcel Reed? What's his name? Anyway, Reed. He's back at Texas. So the SEC's got some good ones. The Big Ten's got Dante Moore, Julian Sayin. The Iowa State quarterback is now at Penn State, right? Rocco Becht. Maivia at Southern Cal is probably a first-round pick. UCLA is stuck with Nico again. Nebraska starting over after Raiola left. I do think the quarterback play, I think there are more. I think next year's NFL draft, you will see more quarterbacks taken in the first 2 rounds, a lot more quarterbacks taken in the first 2 rounds than we had a couple of weeks ago. I miss Ash Tonington gently worked with Smith Worthington Smith. Yeah, me too. Now, if you want to watch him, you got to watch the Raiders. Is he with the Raiders? I think he's with the Raiders now. The Reed kid from A&M impressed me. Yeah, he's got to stop with the intercept. You know who he reminds me of? Nussmeier at LSU. Now, he's more mobile than Nussmeier, but like Nussmeier can make all the throws. NFL arm, big, tall. But my God, the interceptions, and they come at the worst possible time. You look at A&M's 2 losses last year. They were undefeated, 11-0. They played Texas. It's a 1-score game. Reed throws interceptions on back-to-back plays in the Texas side of the field. A&M gets the ball, drive down, Texas side of the field. He throws an interception. Texas takes over. They go 3 and out. They punt the ball back to A&M. A&M gets good field position around midfield. Very first play, another interception, game over. Back-to-back interceptions. They make the playoffs anyway. They're hosting Miami. They can't get a fucking first down the entire game. Now, shout out to Miami's defense, but still, where's the offense here? They're driving. People forget this. A&M driving to win the game, to beat Miami in the first round. People forget this because Miami went on a run and made the Natty. They had the ball in the red zone. A&M did, with a chance to win the game. He throws a fucking interception in the end zone. Season over. So Reed is exciting, makes a lot of great plays, but he's you know who else is like this? Wide receiver for Alabama, Ryan Williams. You can watch Ryan Williams 1 week, and he's unbelievable. And then 3 weeks go by, and the guy's got 2 catches for 40 yards total over the last 3 games. You're like, what the fuck happened? Look at the South Carolina game for Texas A&M last year. Reed, in the first half, Reed looked like he'd never seen a football before. One of the worst halves of football I've ever seen. They're losing 30-0 at halftime to fucking South Carolina at home. Comes out in the second half, the guy looked like a Heisman winner. I've never seen a game that different one half to the next. It was unreal. It was unreal. So Reed is good, but he's got to be way more consistently good, and he's got to cut out the turnovers. And like I said, it's turnovers at the worst possible time. Like this is what it feels like. He doesn't handle pressure well. That's what it feels like, because his turnovers come at the worst possible time. Reed, he's got to cut that out. He's got to cut that out. If he does, he'll be a Heisman contender. Can't find a link. For what? Your season is over. Wall has an account. Wow. What's up? Your season is over. Wall. Is that you right over there, bud? How are you typing from over there? You must have a wireless keyboard. That makes sense. All right, still a 4-point lead for the Pistons, and they just missed a free throw, but they get the rebound and put it back. Poor job of blocking out on that free throw attempt by the Cavs. Detroit got the rebound and put it back 72-66, 6-point lead now with 3 minutes to go in the third. We don't have a bet on this game anymore, though. Both our bets were in the first half. We do have a bet on that pointless baseball game, though. Let's check on that. Still tied at 3. The Tampa Bay Rays and the Boston Red Sox, and we need Tampa Bay to win, and they have bases loaded in the top of the 6th with 1 out. So we need a hit here from Tampa Bay that would score a couple of runs and give us the lead. Top of the 6th, Tampa Bay up to bat, 1 out. And there's the base hit and 2 runs score. 5-3, Tampa Bay takes the lead over Boston. That's good news for the Pay-Lou Revolution. That's amazing news, actually. Hey, Lou, are you Gandhi reincarnated? No. But if I was, I don't know if I would know. I don't understand how reincarnation works, or people that believe in reincarnation. I don't know what they believe. Like, when you get reincarnated, do you know you're reincarnated? And if you do you know who you used to be? I don't know. So maybe I am. I honestly don't know. I might be. I can't definitively rule it out, you know? I might be. Lou, how bad would a lose to Wisconsin would it be for Notre Dame? It's something that has bothered me because Notre Dame has struggled in the first few weeks for the season under Freeman. That's a fair point there about the beginning of the seasons under Marcus Freeman. That being said, I would be shocked. I would be shocked if Notre Dame doesn't win that game by 3 touchdowns. It just feels like they're looking to make a point. I mean, they tried to do it last year. They lost those 2 games early in the season, and then they beat everybody else by 40, trying to prove to themselves, really, that they were worth a shit. But after getting left out of the playoff, I feel like they're going to start the season that way. And, I think Notre Dame is really, really good. I've had fun making fun of their fans because they act like babies, and they don't make a lot of sense just in general. But as far as the 2026 Notre Dame football team, I think it's going to be really, really good. And I have given up hope on a Luke Fickell-led Wisconsin program. I just have. And I loved the hire when it was made, and I thought they were going to take Wisconsin from a 9-10 win team to competing in the Big Ten. And instead, he's turned a 9-win program into a program that can't make a bowl game. So I would be shocked if Notre Dame not only won, I would be shocked if Notre Dame lost that game. I'd be shocked if they didn't win by 3 touchdowns. I know that's not what you want to hear, because you're a Wisconsin fan, but you know me, I don't have the ability to give you the Josh Pate treatment. Josh Pate will tell you, yeah, Wisconsin's got a chance. Everything you just said, Notre Dame has struggled early in the year. Wisconsin's made all the key changes that they need to make. This is year 11 under Luke Fickell, and like he'll tell you all that. I could be wrong, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Not all, but about 50% of the Voltars were completely delusional and obnoxious. Worst combo ever. Yeah, for a long time, the Tennessee fan base was the dumbest fan base in in the Uncle Lou comment section. That has not been the case over the last couple of years. In fact, I talked about this the other day. It's a weird dichotomy. The worse Tennessee is, the more shit their fans talked in the offseason. Now that Tennessee has become a decent program, made the playoffs 2 years ago, they bottomed out last year at 8-4, whereas previously bottom out years were they were winning 4 and 5 games. So like their floor is like 8-4 now. But they're quiet. I don't see the constant bombardment of idiot Tennessee fans claiming that George McIntyre is winning a natty and Tennessee's going 100-0 every, I don't like when they were busy winning 5 games a year. I saw that every offseason. It's a weird thing that's happened with the Tennessee fans. UFC on Saturday, Lou, ? I have no idea. If you're asking me, is UFC coming on Saturday? I don't know. I have no idea. Might be the Dalai Lama. I like I said, can't rule it out. Can't rule it out. FSU is taking Tennessee's place. Fair. Now, Tennessee fans still hold the honor on this channel of having the largest percentage in terms of total fan base, the largest percentage of absolute garbage human beings of any fan base I've ever encountered. Like you said, of course, it's not all of them. There are some Tennessee fans on this channel that have been here for 10 years. I love them to death. They're good, great people. We go back and forth with them. Happy to have them here, the whole deal. But strictly in terms of percentages applied to every fan base, on my channel anyway, Tennessee has the highest percentage of absolute trash can human beings that I would not piss on if they were on fire. And whoever is in second place is a mile behind. All right, Lou, Pete took a dive, and so I will fill in for him on the Bet Money show. What? Are Alabama fans still thinking that Pac-12 Kalen is getting fired if they don't make the playoffs? Do they not understand how contract extensions work? Yeah, there's a 0% chance of Kalen DeBoer getting fired this year. Alabama is not paying a $90 million buyout. So they're just not. I agree with you there. Every time I look up, this thing's getting closer and closer. Now it's a 3-point game. Under a minute to go in the third quarter, 74-71. Where's Octavian when we need a Are You on Drugs, sir? He was in here yesterday. I don't know if I've seen him in here today, though. He was definitely in here yesterday, though. Check on my Rays here. Yep, Rays up 5-3 over the Red Sox. Red Sox coming to bat now in the bottom of the 6th inning. We need the Rays to hang on and win. We're on a little bit of a roll right now. I would love to keep it going. Lou, does the Pac-8 make the playoffs? I've got no idea what group of 5 team is making a play. Like, I went back and forth with a couple of people today on Twitter who were fans of some G5 and some G6 teams. And every time I make my playoff argument, it comes across that I'm somehow anti-G5 or anti-G6. And that's not the case. But here's the reality of how I view college football. I know that there's 140 teams or almost 140 teams that are all labeled the same, FBS. These 140 teams are all FBS. And then under that umbrella, we have broken them into 2 groups, the Power 4 and the G6. Used to be G5, now G6. And I get it that they're all technically FBS teams. They're not playing the same level of football. The resources aren't the same. The players aren't the same. The staffs aren't the same. They're just not. That doesn't mean that in any given year, there's not a G5 or a G6, whatever you want to call it, team out there somewhere that can beat a decent group of 5 or Power 4 team. Of course there are. But no G5 or G6 school is ever winning a national title. And that's not fair to the G5 or the G6. That's not fair to those 60-plus teams. They get lumped in to a postseason where they've got no chance of competing. And that doesn't mean they can't ever win a playoff game. If we keep including the G5, G6, whatever, into the postseason, eventually one of them is going to win around one game. I'm pretty certain of that. I'm also certain that not a single G5 or G6 school from now to the end of time will ever beat 4 or 5 top 10 teams in a row, which is what you have to do to win a natty. So what that means is you've got 60 plus G5, G6 schools playing for nothing. And what happens if they're any good at all? A player on one of those teams, what happens? They move up to the Power 4 the following year. We just had the draft a couple of weeks ago. The least number of G5 or G6 players were drafted 2 weeks ago than any draft in history. Why? Because every year, the top 100 or 200 players or whatever it is out of the G5, G6 are entering the portal and getting sucked up by Power 4 teams. Expanding the playoff only makes it harder for the G5 or the G6 to win a national title because now they have to win 4 or 5 games in a row. You go back to the BCS era or the 4-team playoff. If a G5 got into the BCS title game, which they didn't, but if they did, they're 1 win away from a natty. 1 win, and anything can happen in a 1-game scenario. You go to a 4-team playoff. Okay, now you got to win 2 games. We saw a G5 get in, Cincinnati. What happened? They got destroyed in the first round. But all they had to do was win 2 games to win a natty in a 4-team playoff. Now we're in a 12-team playoff. They got to win 4 games now, all against top 10 teams. It'll never happen. So I don't want the G5 or the G6 out of the regular playoff because I'm anti-G5 or anti-G6. I want them out because they don't have any chance to win. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the thousands of players every year in the G5 or the G6 that they've never got a chance to win a natty. They are fighting week in and week out for an opportunity to get the shit kicked out of them by Oregon or whatever, fill in the blank. So they need their own playoffs so that those kids have an opportunity to win a national title. That's my argument for G5, G6. So, but it's to get back to your question, is the Pac-8 or whatever it's called make the playoff? I don't know, and I don't really care. To be honest with you, the only attention I pay to the G5 or the G6 anymore is about halfway through the season. I figure out who the 4 or 5 best G6 teams are, and I start paying a little bit of attention to them because you got to rank them sometimes, or, you know, you want to figure out which of them may end up getting the Willy Wonka golden ticket into the playoffs to earn the right to get their brains beat in. Beyond that, I don't even consider it to be the same level of football. So it's like I don't pay attention to the FCS either. I couldn't tell you who's good in the FCS, who's bad, which players are good, which coaching staff is good, who's ranked where. I'm a Power 4 guy. Used to be Power 5, now Power 4. That's what I keep up with. Whatever level of knowledge you think I have about college football is confined to that group of teams. And so I could lie, pretend to be some sort of G5 or G6 expert or what but I'm just not. There's too many teams. I can't keep up with them all. I'm an army of one here. I don't have producer Jesse or whoever the fuck with this never ending, statisticians and looking shit up for me. And I don't. It's me, a computer, a couple of TVs. I read a couple of articles every day. I watch other YouTube videos. I watch 10 games every Saturday during the season, and I come on and I tell you what I think about it. But of the 10 games I watch on Saturday, how many of them do you think involve James Madison? 0. I watched one James Madison game last year because it came on during the week. They played at Louisville, and they fucking lost to Louisville. So, whatever. The Power Four teams don't want to play in bowl games anymore. You know, they just want to make the playoffs or nothing at all. So you're going to end up expanding the playoffs to 24 teams. So you let those 24 teams into the playoffs. Then you take the bowl games that are left over, the Gasparilla Bowl, the Pop-Tart Bowl, all that Notre Dame doesn't want to play in, and whoever else. You give those games to the G5, G6, and let them structure a playoff around those games. You know, so round one's at the Gasparilla Bowl and the Pinstripe Bowl and the Armed Forces Bowl and the whatever, and then round two is the Cheez-It Bowl and the Pop-Tart Bowl and the whatever else, all that. Let them have that. But, you know, they don't ask me my opinion, so. Wow. The Cavs have come all the way back to tie this game up, y'all. 79 apiece. They were down 11. Now tied. Detroit with the ball in the lane. No good. Rebound by the Cavs. They're going to have a chance to take a lead here with 10:25 to go in the fourth quarter. They've come all the way back here. I guess we need to put up a poll about the Lakers game. How about Indiana winning national championship playoff at 16-0? Was that mathematically possible before it happened? I'm not sure what you mean by mathematically. I mean, it's mathematically possible for any team to go 16-0 because that's how many games you'd have to play to be undefeated and win it all. Was it? I mean, what is it a huge shock and surprise that Indiana is suddenly a relevant football program? Yeah, it's a huge shock and surprise. Possible video idea, your top 25 favorite players you've ever watched. Here's part of my rent, Lou. Thanks for keeping me around. Top 25 players ever? Wow. That would take me some time. I'd really have to sit down and think about that for a while. I mean, a few names pop right into my head immediately. Reggie Bush. They're going to be mostly offensive players because those are the ones that just stick with me. So it would be mostly offensive players, and I like that you're saying favorite, not best, because obviously some of the best players have been defensive players, but the ones that stick with me 20 years later tend to be offensive players mostly, but it would be players like Reggie Bush at Southern Cal, Adrian Peterson at Oklahoma, Aaron Murray is probably my favorite Georgia. Well, second. Todd Gurley would be probably my favorite Georgia player. Aaron Murray would be probably second. I could watch, was it Tua? Who was the quarterback at Bama when Jerry Jeudy was there? Was that Tua? I think that was Tua. I could watch Tua throw a 6-yard slant to Jerry Jeudy on repeat over and over and over and over and over again. Everybody runs that play. Nobody has ever ran it better. That RPO slant, 6-yard slant right over the top of the linebacker. No one's ever ran it better. Tua to Jerry Jeudy. He would catch that ball in stride at full speed, and it seemed like every 6-yard pass was a 25-yard gain. I've never seen anybody run that better than them. Who would some other all-time greats be that I liked watching? 25 favorite players to watch. Man, that's a tough one. I'll tell you one defensive guy that would be on there is the guy from South Carolina. What was his name? The edge rusher from South Carolina. What was his name? 15 years ago. Clowney. Jadeveon Clowney. Jadeveon Clowney would be on there. I'm trying to think like other like obvious defensive players that would be Ndamukong Suh. Ndamukong Suh might be the best college football player I've ever seen. college. You say what you know. People have a hard time sometimes separating what a kid does in college versus what they do in the NFL. I use Tim Tebow as an example here all the time. Tim Tebow, widely considered one of the greatest college football players of all time, didn't do much in the NFL. That doesn't diminish what he did in college. Johnny Manziel, unbelievable career at Texas A&M. Off the field issues, yeah, but I'm just talking about watching him play. He didn't make it in the NFL. Doesn't make him any less better at Texas A&M, right? But so Ndamukong Suh might be the best college football player I've ever seen. He was unbelievable. He looked like an NFL player playing against high schoolers. There's been individuals that have had great games like that, but it seemed like every time you watched Ndamukong Suh, there was just nothing anybody could do. It seemed unfair. But defensive players are harder to, for me anyway. It's mostly offensive players that are popping into my head. But Reggie Bush would be on there for sure. Adrian Peterson would be on there for sure. Ndamukong Suh and Jadeveon Clowney for sure. As far as Georgia goes, if I had to limit it to two in my lifetime, it would be Aaron Murray and Todd Gurley. Greatest college football players. Here's another defensive one. Derek Brooks at Florida State. Derek Brooks has the greatest college football quote of all time. I think it was before the Florida State Miami game one year. You know how whenever a big game is coming on, whatever network is broadcasting the game gets access to the players during the week, like to interview them and ask them questions and stuff like that. And then either during the game or right before the game, when they're hyping the game up, they'll show clips of the player interviews that they did either before the game or during the week or whatever. I wonder if this clip might be on YouTube. I'm going to see if I can find it because I might not get it exactly right. But they asked, Derek Brooks was considered the best defensive player in college football this year that I'm talking about. I don't know if he won any awards or whatever, but he was considered the best defensive player in the country in college. He played linebacker at Florida State. And they had one of these pregame things or during the week things where they were talking to him. And they asked him, they said, they asked him something along the lines, some of you might remember this or know where I'm going with this, but they asked him something along the lines of, people that watch you play say you have like the perfect form, the perfect tackles, like you hit people perfectly. What do you think about that? And Derek Brooks goes, with this just stone cold face, he goes, "Well, I don't think I've had the perfect hit yet." And the guy goes, "Well, how will you know when you do have the perfect hit?" And he goes, "The trauma helicopter will land at the 50-yard line and tote him away." It was stone cold straight face. He said, "The trauma helicopter will land at midfield and fly him away." I said, "Holy shit, Florida State's winning this game." I don't know if I could. This was a long time ago. I don't know if I can find the clip. Yeah, I can't find the clip. There you go. This I found this trivia time. What famous linebacker made a chilling quote when asked if he had made the perfect hit yet while at FSU? Name the player and the quote. Helicopter Jones, Marvin Jones, Shade Tree. Helicopter. He said the perfect hit would be if the trauma helicopter landed on. No, I don't know who Helicopter Jones is. That was Derek Brooks that said that. Percy Harvin at Florida. Trivia about Percy Harvin. You know, the head coach that was at Southern Cal, and then he was the coach of Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll was the head coach of the Seahawks when Percy Harvin played for the Seahawks. And another one of these pregame interview things, they were asking Pete Carroll about Percy Harvin, and he said, "Oh yeah, when I was at Southern Cal, we recruited him. We really wanted him. Blah blah blah." He said that Percy Harvin was the best football player he'd ever seen in person. Period. And Pete Carroll was around some serious talent in the mid 2000s at Southern Cal and his time in the NFL at the Seahawks. And I don't know what you think about Pete Carroll, but Pete Carroll said for his money, Percy Harvin was the best football player he'd ever seen. Not gonna lie, Deion was a great player. I was watching. I had just started watching college football around the time Deion was at Florida State, and I don't remember a lot about Deion at Florida State. Most of my memories of Deion come from his time with the Dallas Cowboys. I know he also, and the Falcons. I think he played for the 49ers some too, but most of my memories of Deion Sanders playing football come from the NFL. When was he at Florida State? The mid 80s? Let me see. Yeah, he was at Florida State from 85 to 88. The first college football game I ever watched was in 1986. I've told this story before. Anybody remember what the first football game I ever watched was? I believe it was 1986. Yeah, 1986. Well, it was the 1986 season. The game was played on January 2nd, 1987. But the first college football game I ever watched was Penn State and Miami in the Fiesta Bowl on January 2nd, 1987. Penn State versus Miami. So I say that's the first game I ever watched. That's the first game I remember watching. I used to sit on my granddaddy's lap when I was 4 and 5 years old. When I was a kid, my mom was a nurse, and she only worked nights because they paid more if you worked at night. And my dad was a factory worker who worked rotating shifts. So 1 week he would work 7 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. The next week he would work 3 in the afternoon to 11 at night. And then the third week he would work 11 at night to 7 in the morning. So every 3 weeks, my mom and dad were both working nights. So we would stay at my grandparents' house for a week. So as early as like 1983, 84, 85, when I'm like 5, 6, 7 years old, I remember sitting on my granddaddy's lap in his kitchen watching college football on TV and filling out parlay cards. I've told that story a million times too. But I was too young to I don't remember now what games I was watching then in 84, 83, 84, 85. The first time I remember sitting down like by myself in my room, probably at home, watching a college football game was Miami versus Penn State in the Fiesta Bowl at the end of the 1986 season. I wasn't raised a Georgia fan. Like, my dad was not a college football guy. My dad was a Braves and a Falcons guy. So if we were when I was little and at home, if we were watching sports at home, it was either the Braves or the Falcons. And to this day, my dad is a Braves and a Falcons guy. and he only really sort of pays attention to Georgia on the periphery, you know. But my granddaddy was the opposite. He was more of a college fan than an NFL fan. And so those weekends when I was at my granddaddy's house, we would watch college football all day on Saturday. I'd sit in his lap at the kitchen table and we'd fill out parlay cards. But the first game I remember watching on my own was Miami and Penn State in the Fiesta Bowl at the end of the 1986 season. First game I ever went to, I was 11 years old. Went to the 2007 Iron Bowl when Auburn beat Bama and Jordan-Hare. First game I ever went to was Georgia versus Baylor in, I think, 1989. Let's see. 88 maybe. No, not 1988. Was it 1989? Yeah, 1989. Baylor at Georgia, week 2, September 16th, 1989. Georgia won 15-3. It's a field goal fest. Boring game. That was the first Georgia game I went to. And I didn't go with my dad or my granddaddy. I had a friend in middle school whose parents had season tickets. And so I had a friend, he was my same age. He had an older brother that I think was in high school already. And that older brother might have had a football game or something. He couldn't go to the Georgia game that weekend with his family. So I went. So it was me, a buddy of mine we were in the same grade, and his parents. I remember they had a station wagon. And we rode up there in the back of that station wagon. They stopped at a fried chicken place. I don't remember which one, if it was KFC or what. And we parked wherever up there in Athens, and they popped the hatch on that station wagon and spread out the fried chicken and macaroni and cheese and whatever it was. And they had the lawn chairs and all that spread around, and a radio with the pregame on. And that was my introduction to going to a college football game. And I was hooked. I was a Georgia fan from that moment on. And Georgia wasn't any good. I became a Georgia fan when they were the worst that they've been in my lifetime. The late 80s, early 90s is the worst that Georgia has been in my lifetime. I was born in 78. They won the Natty in 1980. They won the SEC in 1980, 1981, 1982. Those were the Herschel Walker years, but I don't remember any of that. By the time I started paying attention in the late 80s, they were bad. And they stayed bad through the mid-90s. They started to improve under Jim Donnan in the late 90s into the early 2000s. And then, of course, Mark Richt took over in 2001. Detroit has taken a 5-point lead with 5:14 to go. We need to put a poll up on the Lakers game. You guys are on an absolute heater with y'all's poll bets here. So hopefully y'all can keep it going. Y'all want to do a first half bet again? Let's see. Lakers and Thunder first half. Or should we get weird and do a first quarter bet? Let's do first quarter. We're going to do a first quarter bet on the Lakers and the Thunder. See if y'all can keep your streak going here. We're going to do an over-under. Lakers versus Thunder. First quarter. This is first quarter only now. Over under 55. Over 55. Under 55. All right. Get your votes in. We got about 10 minutes till that game starts. Let me check in on the Rays, make sure they're still winning. They are. Top of the 8th inning, the Rays are beating the Red Sox 5-3. So that'll be another winner for the Paylou Revolution if the Rays can hang on. We're 2-0 on the stream. If the Rays win, we'll be 3-0. We'll see if we can make it 4-0 with the comment section bet here on the Lakers Thunder. I can't believe what UGA tickets cost. It's ridiculous. I get 2 seats all year at the shoe for $2,200. Wow. I don't know how it works at Ohio State, but I'll do my best to explain to you how it works at Georgia. There is more demand for tickets than there are tickets. So it's a supply and demand issue, like a lot of things. So the way it works is UGA operates on a point system if you want to buy season tickets. And there are various ways you can accumulate points. The primary way you accumulate points is through donations to the Heart Fund, I think they call it. There's a name for it. I'm drawing a blank on it. Anyway, it's their athletic, give me money donation thing. And every dollar you donate is a point, right? You also get a certain number of points if you went to UGA or graduated from UGA, or a couple of other ways that you get points like that. But primarily it's through donations. And so what they do is, you donate money all year round, right? January 1st to December 31st. You donated let's say you donated $5,000. That's fine. Then you now have 5,000 points. All right. And having 5,000 points, that ranks you on a list. If somebody's got 6,000 points, they're higher than you on the list. If somebody's got 2,000 points, you're higher than them on the list. Then they open up the season ticket sales, right? And you fill out a form and you send it in. I want season tickets. Well, they go down the list. They start with whoever's got the most points. All right, you've got 20,000 points. You get 4 tickets to every home game. Now, you still have to buy the tickets, which the last time I looked were $55, $60 a piece, something like that. They're probably more now. But in order to even have the privilege of buying the tickets, you have to be high enough on that points list to where there are still tickets remaining when it's your turn, And so you never really know where that point cutoff is going to be. You know where the point cutoff was last year, but it could be drastically higher next year. You never really know. So, I hear stories from people all the time who donated $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 and got no tickets at all. Because they weren't high. There was by the time it got down to them on the list, there was no more tickets left. So that's how it works at UGA. $1,500 per seat on the 45 for Bama ain't bad. I think UGA is like double that. The most I've ever paid for a Georgia ticket is $300 or $400. When I first started making any type of significant money on YouTube, which was 2018? 2018? Might have been 20. It was sometime around 2017, 2018, 2019. I took myself and my son, my brother and his son, and my dad to the Georgia-Auburn game in Athens. And I had to buy tickets on the secondary market, StubHub or whatever it was. And the more tickets you need, the harder it is to get them. It's easy to find two seats next to each other. I needed 5 seats next to each other. And so I ended up paying almost $400 a ticket for 5 tickets. And we were sitting in I can't remember if we were sitting in the very bottom of the middle deck or the very top of the lower deck. But they weren't great seats, and they were in the corner. They weren't 50-yard line. They weren't even 25-yard line. They were in the corner of the stadium. The last Georgia game I went to is when I first met the lady. And she had never been to a college football game. And so I took her to the Georgia Tech game in Athens. And it was a last-minute thing. It was literally Friday. And I was like, all right, we're going to go to the game. I'll take you to the game tomorrow. Well, it turned out there was like a 60% chance of rain that day. And so the tickets on StubHub plummeted. I got tickets to the Georgia Tech game in the lower level on the Georgia side on about the 30-yard line for $80, which is dirt cheap. You normally can't get tickets to see Georgia play an FCS team for $80. But because of the weather, there was a lot of people who didn't want to go and put their tickets up for sale on StubHub, and that drove the price down. And I got $80, $90 a piece, something like that, to see Georgia Tech. I believe that was in 2021. All right, 6-point lead for the Pistons now. Just under 3 minutes to go in the game. Let's see if they can hang on and get the win. You can get a great UGA ticket in the bottom section for $350 to most big games. How many years for you and BA, Mr. Lou? 20. We met in May of 2021. So however many years that is, 5 years. 5 years right now. Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Yeah, she's put up with me for 5 years. Can you believe that? She deserves some kind of an award. I ought to get her one of those leg lamps from Christmas Story. You know, that's a major award. She deserves that. If it's the Thunder, it's under. Let's do it. Not according to the chat. According to the chat, if it's the Thunder, it's over. Over 55. All right. I'm going to put my faith in the chat. Let's see. First quarter. Over under 55. Y'all say over. You're sure? Well, it's too late now. The poll is closed. All right. 64% say take over 55. All right. We're going to need a lot of points in the first quarter. We're going to need a lot of points in the first quarter. All right. Over 55 in the first quarter. Lakers, Thunder. I used to go to Bama games all the time, but the older I get, I'd rather just sit at home and watch. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people feel that. Some stadiums have actually renovated and reduced seating capacity. They're getting rid of like regular. So what they'll do is they'll renovate and they'll get rid of, say, 5,000 regular seats and build like 2 luxury boxes that hold 1,500 people each or something. So the total is 2,000 less seats, but more corporate box seat shit, you know. I love going to games. It's an experience you can't replicate, and I think every fan should go to as many games as they can. Like, it's an unbelievable experience. There's no doubt about it. But it's also fun for me to sit here in the air conditioning in my own house with 6 TVs in here and watch 15 games a day. If I go to a Georgia game, that's the only game I get to see that day. It's a 2-hour drive to get there. You know, you get into the stadium an hour before the game. The games now are 4 hours long. It's 30 minutes to get out of the parking lot, and then another 2 hours. You're talking 9, 10 hours from the time I leave my house to the time I get back to go see a Georgia game. Or I can sit here and watch 15 games a day. It's not a replacement for going to the game. I mean, going to a game is amazing, but it's extremely expensive for most people to go see their favorite team play, especially if you want to go see a big game. And in a lot of cases, that becomes the only game you get to see that day. And a lot of positives to doing what I do. I mean, I've been extremely lucky. I mean, I've worked real hard. I don't consider myself lucky as in all of this just fell into my lap. I worked extremely hard for 3 or 4 years for almost no money at all, trying to make this thing work. And eventually it did. So it maybe there was some luck involved, but I don't like to sell myself short. I worked extremely hard to get where I'm at, and I don't feel bad for it. And I love what I do. But if there's a downside, it's that I really can't go to games anymore because it costs me too much money in lost income. You know, I make a lot of money on Saturdays during the year, during the season. And if I don't watch 10 or 15 games on Saturday, I don't really know what I'm talking about the next couple of days. You know, if I don't watch whoever lose, how can I come on and talk about why they lost or whatever? So I've had to basically just quit going to games altogether. That might change in January, though. That might change this coming January. I talked about the most I ever paid for a Georgia ticket a minute ago was about $400. The most I've ever paid for any ticket at all is a World Cup ticket I bought. I'm taking my son to a World Cup game in June. Soccer. I know soccer. My son loves soccer. Played it all his life. And it'll be a good experience for us to go see a World Cup game, but you can troll me on that if you want to. But that is now the most I've ever paid for a ticket. They were $600 something a piece I paid for those. But I might be going to a game in January, and if I do, it will become the most expensive ticket I've ever bought. Wow. Detroit was up 6 and just hit a massive three-pointer here to make it a 9-point game with 50 seconds to go. Box seats cut regular seats about 3-1. Yeah, a lot of stadiums are doing that, though. A lot of places are doing that. Everything comes down to money these days for these schools, you know. They want 1,000 regular seats that they can sell for $100 a piece, or do they want 500 luxury seats that they can sell for $2,000 a piece? You know what I mean? Try to stay up for the Lakers game. Well, that's whether or not I stay on for the entire Lakers game is going to be up to the comments section. Let's check what's going on here. There's 103 people watching and 83 thumbs up. We might be able to get that to 100. Let's see if we can get it to 100 thumbs up. Let's see if we can do that. Did you like watching Braxton Miller? You know what? I get a little confused. Wasn't that the year Ohio State played 3 quarterbacks because of injury, and the third quarterback ended up winning the Natty? Was that the Braxton Miller year, or am I totally off there? That was a crazy story. You know, Ohio State ends up winning the Natty with a third-string quarterback. That was fucking wild. Was that a Braxton Miller year? Now Cleveland has made a three-pointer. 6-point lead for Detroit, 29 seconds to go. Yeah, Pat White and Steve Slayton, probably the best 2 players I've ever seen at West Virginia. Who was the third string quarterback? Cardell Jones is the one I'm thinking of. Cardell Jones. Right? He's the one that ended up winning the Natty, starting at quarterback for Ohio State that year and won the Natty. Third string guy. JT Barrett played the regular season. That's right. All right, back to an 8-point lead for the Pistons with 26 seconds to go. Another timeout. I remember Trendon Holiday, yeah. Yep, I do remember Trendon Holiday. Let's check on the Rays. Make sure they didn't blow it. The Rays are up 6. Sorry. The Rays are up 6-4 over the Red Sox. We're headed to the 9th inning. The Rays will be batting in the top of the 9th. So they're 3 outs away from paying Lou, which would be ideal. What's for dinner tonight, Lou? We had hot dogs and tater tots for dinner. So I made a chili dog. I do chili, onions, and mustard on my chili dogs. Braxton's spin move against Virginia Tech was one of the top 10 Ohio State plays of all time. Rays are looking good. Yeah, they better hang on. You got them too, sir, UJ? I'm up $486. If the Rays win, that's another $50. And then we've got whatever comment section bet we just made on the Lakers. What is it? Over 55 points in the first quarter. I don't like that bet. I would have taken the under, but hopefully the comment section is right and I'm wrong. I would have taken under 55, but we've got over 55 for the comment section bet. $22 seconds left now, and I think Detroit's going to have the ball back here, still with a 8-point lead, so this one's about over. That one is about over. The Lakers-Thunder game will be starting soon. Don't want to interrupt, Lou. Have we lost any bets tonight? No. Since the stream started, we are 2-0, both in the first half of this game, the Pistons game. We'll be 3-0 if the Rays hang on and win. And then the fourth bet tonight would be this comment section bet, Lakers Thunder over 55 points in the first quarter. Uncle Lou and pizza don't get much better than this. Yeah, like I said earlier, you can't go wrong with a good piece of pizza. Can't go wrong with a good piece of pizza. I couldn't eat, I can't eat it every day or every week like I could when I was younger, but once a month, maybe. Love a good pizza. You know what I really like now is the Stouffer's French bread pizza that you buy from the frozen section in the grocery store. Comes in like a 4-pack usually, or well, you can get the bigger ones, but they're the little, and I get pepperoni, but the Stouffer's French bread, you cook them in the oven. Man, those are good. Those are really good. Pizza Hut or Domino's. When it comes to delivery like that, I really don't care. None of it really is great to me. I like the, is it New York style? I like the big, greasy, floppy, you pick the piece of pizza up and it falls over. You have to fold it in half and eat it with 2 hands. Yeah, that kind of pizza. And usually when you're talking Domino's or Pizza Hut or Papa John's, you're not going to get that. But I do eat Papa John's, Domino's, Pizza Hut, whatever. I eat all that. But my favorite is the big oversized floppy, they give it to you on a paper plate. And when you pick the pizza up to eat it, the paper plate is stained orange. There's so much grease on there. That's my favorite kind of pizza. You should do a most memorable college football games video. Well, my most memorable college football game, as far as games I've been to, I was at the Georgia-Tennessee game in 2000 when the goalpost came down at Sanford Stadium. The only time that's ever happened. Tennessee had beat Georgia, I think, 8 times in a row, if I'm right. Maybe 9. They had beat Georgia 7, 8, 9 times in a row, something like that. And I was at that game in 2000. Went on the field, whole deal afterwards. Thoughts on calzones? Calzones are okay, but I only order those when I go to pizza restaurants. Like I don't even know if Pizza Hut or whatever makes a calzone, but I would never I wouldn't do that. But like there's a couple of pizza restaurants. Pizza Joint is one of them. What's the name of that other one? I can't remember the name of the other one now. And I'll order a calzone sometimes, yeah. If I do a calzone, I do pepperoni, onion, and green bell pepper. Will you ever storm down the field at a Georgia game? Well, it's only happened once, and I was there. I'd be surprised. It won't happen again anytime soon, because Georgia, they're a top 5 program right now. Teams storm the field now when they beat Georgia. Georgia won't be doing that anytime soon. It may never happen again. So that's the only time it's ever happened. What flavor do you get on wings? I like lemon pepper wings and buffalo sauce. Those are really the only 2 wings I eat: lemon pepper and buffalo. Mild, buffalo mild. I noticed when you were queued up to see a Georgia game, the band members knew you. That was cool. Yeah, there's a guy, he still watches all the time. Mason is his name. And he was in the Georgia band for 3-4 years, whatever it was. And I was at that game with the lady in 2021. And since it was her first time ever going to a game, I took her to do all the traditional shit. And part of that was the dog walk. So we're standing there, and I was recording a video as the band was walking by. And the guy saw me. He'd been watching the channel forever. I called into the call-in show a bunch of times. He's a good guy. He was in the Georgia band, and he's walking down, and he saw me, and he pulled me out there into the dog walk with the band and let me record the video right there in the middle of the band. That's one of the coolest experiences I've ever had. That was awesome. What you talking about, Berg? If Brendan Sorsby don't play, how will it affect Texas Tech this year? I don't think it'll affect them at all unless they get to the playoffs. Then it will affect them. They won the Big 12 last year and made the playoffs with a pretty average quarterback and not a very good offense at all. If their defense is good again this year, they could compete and potentially win the Big 12 and get back into the playoff. But they brought Brendan Sorsby in to win in December, and I don't think they can do that without him. So that's where we would see the biggest effect, is if Texas Tech were to make the playoffs again, which they might do. Lakers for 3, no good. 1 minute into the game, no score, not good for the over. We need points. Thunder with the ball now. Foul underneath on the Lakers. I like steak, baked potato, and broccoli or asparagus 3 times a week. Steak, baked potato, and a good salad is my death row meal. If I had to eat one meal over and over again for the rest of my life, it would be a ribeye, a baked potato, and a salad. All right, still no score. 10:55 to go. Thunder hits a jumper there. First points of the game, 2-0. OKC up on the Lakers early in this one. We have a comment section bet on this game, over 55 points in the first quarter. Lakers turn it over. Thunder knocks it out of bounds, another turnover. Not looking good at all for the over. Did you hear Dabo crying about not having the resources that other teams have? Clemson is like second in the ACC for NIL. What a clown. I don't know where they fall in the ACC for NIL. I have no idea, but I did hear that interview. There's nothing wrong about what he said. That's the reality of college football now in the NIL era, is some teams are going to have more money to spend in NIL than others. Maybe it's not a good look for Dabo to be pointing that out, but he didn't tell any lies. Lakers miss another floater. Still hadn't scored. 4-0 Thunder. 9:40 to go. Thunder for 3. Need to be good, and it's not. Foul on OKC. The Lakers will have the ball down 4-0 with 9:35 to go in the first quarter. Would you take CJ Carr or Gunnar Stockton as QB? I mean, it's hard to judge CJ Carr because Notre Dame was such a running team last year. I think Notre Dame's loaded at wide receiver, and CJ Carr could end up being really good, but I don't know that I've seen anything from CJ Carr that would make me definitively take him over CJ Carr right now. Although I do think by the end of the year, it could be obvious that CJ Carr is better. I don't think it's obvious right now. I think the potential is there for CJ Carr, but I mean, he had 2 first-round running backs last year. They didn't have to throw the ball a lot. Another 3 for OKC, and they drained that one 7-0. I can tell you right now, if the Lakers don't score at all, there's no way OKC is scoring 55 points by themselves in the first quarter. So at some point, the Lakers are going to have to score, or the comment section has no chance on hitting that over 55. From the free throw line, finally the Lakers get on the board. 7-2 now is the score. Happy to see LeBron lose. Yeah, a lot of people hate LeBron. I don't really understand it, but a lot of people seem to hate LeBron. Thunder score again, 9-2. Coming up on 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. LeBron wide open down at the other end, an easy layup, 9-4. I don't like Gunnar, but the dude brings it. Yeah, he's a little inconsistent, though. I mean, you watch him last year, early in the season against Tennessee, he looks amazing. But then there were entire games where you're like, throw the ball over the middle, down the field. What are you doing? And like, you know, the elementary people on the internet will blame Bobo, but like, there's no play called snap the ball and throw it to that guy immediately. Like that's just not how football works. A lot of Georgia's offense last year when it came to the passing game came down to decisions made by Gunnar Stockton. And look, he didn't turn the ball over. I think he had 2 interceptions all year. I'd rather he had 5 interceptions and took 30 more chances, 25 yards downfield. I'm not even talking about 60-yard go routes. I'm talking about 20-yard crossing routes or seam routes. I think he needs more confidence in his ability to sort of hit those intermediate throws. And he can do it. Like we've seen him do it, but it was way too spread out. It wasn't consistent enough for me. If Gunnar Stockton plays like he played last year, Georgia won't go very far in the playoffs, but he was a first-year starter. I mean, you could say that about almost any player. You want every player to get better year over year. I mean, there's a reason coaches value experience, right? So, like, I would expect Gunnar Stockton to be a little bit better, but the wide receivers are a lot less of a known commodity this year than they were last year. There could be some good wide receivers at UGA, but we don't know because none of them have ever played. The leading returning wide receiver for Georgia is London Humphreys, a kid that transferred from Vanderbilt 3 off seasons ago, who had 250 yards last year. That's Georgia's leading returning wide receiver. Now they're loaded at tight end. They got 3 NFL tight ends. They're absolutely loaded. I wouldn't be surprised to see Georgia use all 3 tight ends at the same time in some sets and formations, but one of those wide receivers at least is going to have to step up and become a playmaker, and Gunnar is going to have to play a little bit better overall. UJ is the antithesis to wide receiver U. It feels that way, but there's only 2 teams in the country who have had more wide receivers drafted than Georgia in the last 10 years. Only 2, and you're one of them. But there's only 2 schools in America that have had more wide receivers, more pass catchers drafted than Georgia in the last 10 years. What Georgia ends up with is a whole lot of good, not great, but good wide receiver twos. Very few legitimate wide receiver ones. Yeah, George Pickens, even A.D. Mitchell. I like A.D. Mitchell's good, but you put him on some other stacked wide receiver team, he's wide receiver 2 again. Like he was good. But him, George Pickens, other than that, it's been a lot of like Lad McConkey, slot receivers, undersized wide receiver 2s, things like that. But they had a ton drafted though. A.D. Mitchell and Pickens. Yeah, those two were legit threats at the wide receiver position for sure. Colby Young, was good at times, but he had to sit out a year for charges that ended up being dropped, and then he got injured, and that was a whole mess. Even George Pickens, we really only got 1 full year out of George Pickens. He didn't play all that much as a true freshman. He played his second year and was amazing, and then his third year he was hurt the second half of the season. Yeah, A.J. Green was unbelievable. A.J. Green was uncoverable in college. Georgia had, listen to this, Georgia had Matthew Stafford, A.J. Green, and Noshawn Moreno, and couldn't win the SEC East. That should have been a sign, but I kept giving Mark Richt the benefit of the doubt. But that should have been a sign in 2007, 2008, 2009 when Georgia didn't win shit. That should have been a sign. Matt Stafford, Noshawn Moreno, and A.J. Green couldn't win the SEC East. Zach was a number 1. Who's that? Zach who? I know you're not talking about Zachariah Branch. Zachariah Branch is a 5'8" slot receiver. He's not a number 1 wide receiver on any team in the country. Period. He's not an outside wide receiver on any team in America. Period. He was one of the best slot receivers in the country. But I don't know who you're talking about, Zach, though, unless you're talking about Zachariah Branch. But Zachariah Branch was not a wide receiver 1. I just spilled Busch Light apple all over the deli. You better get a straw and lick it up. People are fighting over that shit in the grocery store. You can't let that go to waste. 11-7. That's only 18 points halfway through the first quarter. So the comment section is going to take a giant L here on your over 55 bet. At this point, they're going to be lucky to get to 40 points. Never mind 55. I can say the same thing about Kelly having Jaden Daniels, Neighbor, Thomas, and Lacey and not winning the West. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they did win the West in 21. No, 22. In 22 with Jaden Daniels. And Georgia beat the absolute soul out of them in the SEC championship game. It was like 40-0 at halftime, or it was whatever it was. It was ridiculous. They benched Jaden Daniels at halftime, or pretended he was hurt, or whatever they did. Put Nussmeier in the second half. (16-9), the Thunder with a 7-point lead, but just not nearly enough points here. We would need a lot of points here in the last 5 minutes of the first quarter, or y'all are going to take our first loss of the day. LeBron's spin move on the baseline off the glass is good. 16-11, back to a 5-point game. OKC with the ball. Fadeaway jumper is no good. Lakers with the rebound. Taylor on UGA is going to be a dog. Talon Taylor, well, he better fix his hands. He dropped that wide open touchdown pass against Alabama last year, and that after sitting through the entire 24 season, watching every receiver Georgia had drop pass after pass after pass, the first big game of the year at home against Alabama, he's wide open, streaking down the hash marks, and literally the ball hits him right in the hands and he drops it. And we pretty much never saw him again after that. They said he was injured, but he better learn how to catch if he's going to play wide receiver. Georgia fans just didn't have any patience for that early in the year last year after what we had to watch in 2024. Did the Rays hang on? All right, good. Yeah, pay us. That's great news. I love it when a plan comes together. I absolutely love it when a plan comes together. Yep, game over. The Rays win 8-4. Pay Lou. Pay Lou. I don't get what it is with UJ fans hyping up all our receivers every year. There's a guy on Twitter posted a picture the other day from the Georgia spring game. It had 5 or 6 Georgia wide receivers all sitting on the bench, so you could see their names on the back of all their jerseys, you know. And he typed, in 2 years, this wide receiver group will be considered better than Ohio State's wide receiver group. I retweeted it, and I said, for the record, mark me as a no on this. I don't want to get lumped in with this guy. But that's the kind of thing you're talking about. And it's 5 names that half of Georgia fans have never heard of, and nobody in the college football world outside of Georgia fans have ever heard of. Not a single one of them has ever done anything in a Georgia uniform on a Saturday in the fall. It's a bunch of freshmen and sophomores who have never played, and one transfer who was good somewhere else but hasn't done anything at Georgia. And the caption was, this group of wide receivers will be considered better than Ohio State's group of wide receivers in 2 years. No, they won't. No, they won't. Mark me down as a no on that. I don't want, because I don't want to get lumped in with that. I mean, I'd settle for one wide receiver in any given year who's as good as Ohio State's number 2. I would love that. Georgia would be almost impossible to beat if they had a wide receiver in any random year that was as good as Ohio State's number 2 wide receiver. It would be almost impossible to beat them. We're going to have to come up with a bet for the second quarter of this game because y'all cost me $50 with this over 55 in the first quarter bet. (16-13), a 3-point lead for the Thunder. There's a challenge by the Lakers on that last play. 4:09 to go. We're at 29 points. We need 26 points in the next 4 minutes. Not likely to happen. San Diego Chargers of the 1980s could throw all over the yard and you couldn't stop them. 0 Super Bowl appearances. Well, yeah, Ohio State knows a little bit about that too. You guys' offenses were way, way, way better in 2021, 2022, and 2023 than they were in 24 or 25. But you actually had a top 5 defense in 24 and 25, which made you better overall. But I mean, hell, going back to the Justin Fields at 5,000 fucking yards and 50 touchdowns. Ohio State had a little bit of a Lincoln Riley problem there for a few years, the first few years with Ryan Day. All right, we're tied at 16 with 4:03 to go. 32 points. We need 23 more points in the next 4 minutes. OKC with a jumper, drains it. 2-point lead for OKC. Thanks again for sending Fields over, Lou. Hell of a gift. Did you ever see the video that I went to Columbus, Ohio and made about Justin Fields? Did you ever see that? I went to Columbus, Ohio and stood outside the stadium and made an apology video to the college football gods and asked for forgiveness for the way Georgia fans treated Justin Fields. Hey, it worked because we won a couple of natties 3 years later. That video cost me a lot of subscribers in terms of Georgia fans, but it had to be done. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do to appease the college football gods. And the reality is, some Georgia fans who were a weird combination of stupid and racist couldn't get it through their thick skulls that Justin Fields was an unbelievable quarterback talent and that we should have done whatever we could have done to keep him. They couldn't get it through their thick skull, and they couldn't help them, so they had to trash Justin Fields nonstop. I remember every time he threw an incomplete pass, there was Georgia fans on Twitter and Facebook saying, "See, he just threw an incomplete pass." Meanwhile, the game ends and the guy's got 400 yards and 4 touchdowns, finishes the season with 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns, Heisman finalist, the whole deal. They weren't trying to hear it. So I had to go to Columbus, Ohio and film a video at the shoe apologizing on behalf of idiot Georgia fans to the college football gods on how they treated Justin Fields. How could they not be winning? They have Justin fucking Fields. I really believe there's some Georgia fans out there who were happier that Justin Fields didn't win a natty at Ohio State than they were that Georgia did win a natty in the next year in 21. Like, given the choice, they would rather see Justin Fields lose in the postseason than see Georgia win in the postseason. I really think there were some Georgia fans that truly felt that way. $20-16, but there's only 2 minutes left, so we are gonna miss that bet. I'm not gonna get on y'all too bad though, because you did hit a couple of bets in a row. I think y'all have hit 4 of your last 5. Now it's gonna be 4 of your last 6 though, because you had the over 55 points, and we're just not gonna get anywhere close to that here in the first quarter. So we're gonna have to figure out some type of different bet to make here for the remainder of the first half. I wonder if we can get OKC at a good number since the game is close right now, and maybe they pull away in the second quarter. Let's see. OKC right now is, well, shit, they're still a 10-point favorite in the first half. That's a big number. Lakers with the ball under 2 minutes to go, 21-16, first quarter. Long 3. No good. Rebounded by the Thunder. OKC for 3. Drains it. 24-16. They're at 40 points, but that's 15 shy of what we need. Fast break for OKC is good. 28-16. No, 26-16. 126 to go. We're at 42 points now. All right, I can't drink any more coffee, y'all. There's still a little bit in here, but I am going to have to get some water or something. Let me do that now while it's a commercial break. And I will be right back.
Good morning, good afternoon, and night, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, sir, and good night, sir. Saturday smoke in the Georgia heat. Trash talk loud from the red and black seat. Whole chat room ready to explode. Another fan base crying on the road. Red cup raised, scoreboards glow. Everybody talking about the Uncle Lou show. One bad loss in the season gone. Now your coach getting roasted all night long. Hit the live stream, everybody pile in. Somebody already mad before it began. Phones blowing up, comments flying fast. Trying to stay off the word backlist. Good morning, welcome to the Uncle Lou show. Gator tears are gonna overflow. Fourth and long with nowhere to go. Good afternoon. Everybody yelling through the TV screen. Blue blood kings in the in-between. Saturday legends and meme machine. Good night. Hope your playoff dreams survive. Cause Uncle Lou just went live and somebody's season is over tonight. Trolling all y'all till the rankings drop. All these losers ready to call the cops. One upset got them sick inside. Now they hide from the comments side. Corn dogs suck nuts and the gums are all mad. Every single caller sounding down bad. From Jackpot to Josh Pooch, Pigskin Pete. Everybody wants to know what BA made to eat. Don't tell Uncle Lou what to do. Groovy, thank you! Grab a seat and buckle tight. Another rivalry bout to ignite. Saturday fever under the lights. Good afternoon. Five-star dummies from coast to coast. Every fan swear they want the smoke. Till Uncle Lou start reading their posts. Good night. Another caller on the line. One epic rank going viral tonight. Lou too big. Will never die. Your season's over. See y'all next stream.
Come on, man.
All right. 7 seconds left, and they're at 47 points. So we're going to take our first L of the day. That's okay, though. We hit a couple. We're up $535. We will lose 50 on the over 55 bet for the first quarter. But that's the bad news. We lost the first quarter bet. Good news, 3 more quarters to go. Where's Dylan when you need a bet to make? Just take the opposite of what he's... Yeah. Let's double down now. What do y'all want to do for the What do y'all want to do for the second quarter? Let me see what the live numbers look like. Let's see. All right, 7 seconds left. Lakers with the ball for 3. He drained it. So the end of the first quarter, 27-23, a 4-point lead for the Thunder. The live line right now for the first half is over or under 102.5. Thunder minus 8.5 is the spread. The spread is Thunder minus 8.5 for the rest of the first half. The over-under is at 104. What should we do? What should we do? If it's the Thunder, take the under. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to bet the under if it's the Thunder, but the comment section took the over. Spread? Yeah, but who? The Thunder? Thunder minus 8.5. I like Thunder minus 8.5. Why don't we bet both? We're going to bet Thunder minus 8.5. Let me see if we can get that. Thunder minus 8.5. Processing. Bet accepted. All right. And then we'll do. Are we going to do the under? Under 104.5. All right. Processing. Bet accepted. All right. So we've got the Thunder. This is first half now. Rest of the first half. Thunder minus 8.5 and under 104.5. All right. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. Trust Paul. He's on fire. Yeah. Right. What'd you say we should have done, Paul? The under? I did do the under. I did do the under. We're still up even after losing that first quarter bet. We are still up. Where is it? We are up $475 for the week. Well, 480. We're up 480. And we have 2 bets now on the rest of the first half. Thunder minus 8.5. And the total under 104.5. Get a gambling account, slow. Yeah, you gambled on CC and it cost you $15K, bud. It cost you 15 grand. And so far, you've gotten 0 return on that investment. That's not good. That's not good, Slaw. Lou putting the bookie in the poorhouse. I'm trying. I'm up over, I started tracking it 6 weeks ago because y'all ask me about it all the time. And so over the last 6 weeks, I'm up $868, which is better than being down. I mean, it's not life-changing money, but that's the thing with my game. I don't gamble a lot of money, y'all. I do this for fun. If I lose these $50 bets, I win a $50 bet tomorrow. It doesn't, the money I win or the money I lose, it doesn't affect my lifestyle one bit. Sometimes I will do things where, Okay, if I can win this much money over the next 3 weeks, I'll buy myself this or something like that. But you're talking a couple $100 here or there. I don't bet a lot of money. All right, second quarter underway. 31-23. The Thunder have scored already. 8-point lead. Lakers with the ball. LeBron, top of the key, drives down in the lane, dishes it underneath, misses the layup, but they get the rebound, and that's blocked. Rebounded again by the Lakers. And that's a shot clock violation. Good defense by the Thunder. That's what we want to see. Good defense by the Thunder and good offense by the Thunder. We need the Thunder to win by 8.5, so we need them to score. But we have under 104.5, so we need good defense so the Lakers don't score. That's what we need. The lady needs new shoes. I bought the lady some new shoes a couple of weeks ago. She needed some shoes for her. She needed some new tennis shoes for her phlebotomy deal. So I did buy the lady some new shoes. I'm thinking of super chatting you $5 every win total you predict, but I want you to bet your pick, no strings, just enjoy. If a bunch of others did similar, that would be decent. I bought Depends for Cherokee, sir. Good. I'm glad you did that. You know, Slaw, the last 2 big trips that we've done, you've had accidents, bud. One in the hallway by the vending machine at Planet Hollywood, and one in downtown Nashville at 4 in the afternoon. We gotta clean that up, bud. We gotta do a little better there. Gotta do a little better there, bud. More good defense from the Thunder there. They almost stole it. Got knocked out of bounds, though. I think the Lakers will keep the ball, but still an 8-point lead. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Cherokee trip. The gambling trips we do are fun, and you already know we'll do some gambling there. But I like those. I like these summertime trips we take to the casino where you can relax during the day, sit out by the pool. You know, the thing about sitting by the pool, you can't lose no money out there. Now you can't win any either. But that pool area at Cherokee is really nice, I think. It's really nice. Full restaurant, full bar. The waitresses will walk around, bring you your food or your drinks right to your lounge chair. The pool is nice. There's shaded areas if you need to get out of the sun. I love going up there in the summer when that pool's open and spending 3 or 4 hours out by the pool every afternoon. I plan on hanging with you guys in Cherokee. Yeah, you got my number, right, Hoghead? So what day are you going to come? You should come Saturday so you can do the pool. You should come Saturday when you so you can do the pool. We're all going up on Friday. But we probably won't do the pool Friday because by the time you get up there, it's 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon, whatever it is. You get checked into your room. You don't really have time. The pool closes at 5 every day. So if you're just going to come for the day one day, you should come on Saturday. Hang out by the pool a little bit and then hang with us in the what I like to do, like on Saturday, I'll get up in the morning, I'll go down, get me a bagel and a coffee or something like that. Come back up to the room, hang out in the room for a little while, and then head down to the pool around 10 in the morning. I'll sit down at the pool, eat lunch down there, stay at the pool till maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon, go back up to the room, take a shower, change of clothes, head to the casino, gamble for an hour or 2, go eat a nice dinner somewhere, and then spend the rest of the night gambling, and then do the same thing on Sunday. That's what I'm going to do. I'll get up there Friday afternoon. I'll do the gambling thing Friday night. Saturday, I'll spend all day at the pool. Saturday night, nice dinner, gambling. Sunday, I'll do the same thing again. 3 or 4 hours at the pool, a nice dinner, gambling at night, and then leave Monday morning. Planet Hollywood was your fault, Lou. We were knocking on the door for 30 minutes. You had a room key, bud. Hell, you had your own room. It ain't my fault. It is not my fault, man. It was 8 room keys I handed out. Yeah, don't blame that on me. That comparison has been made a bunch of times between Josh Heupel and Bobby Hill. Yeah, yeah. The Lakers have come back 3-point lead for the Thunder, but the Thunder just scored, and I believe there's a foul too. So this will be a chance for a 3-point play for the Thunder. 33-28, a 5-point lead for the Thunder right now. Key did not work. Again, that falls into the category of things that aren't my fault, though. When the key doesn't work, you go to the front desk, you swap it out, you get a new one. I fail to realize how that's somehow my fault that the key to your room didn't work. I'm going to tell the story because we've told it a bunch of times already. But it was late at night, midnight or something. I was already in the room asleep, and we had a huge room. It was a 2,000 square foot room, 2 bedrooms. I had a bedroom. Slaw had a bedroom. Anyway, it was a huge fucking room, but it shared an entrance. You know, so we all had the same key to get into the entrance, and then there's a huge living room and a dining room and a bar, and then a bedroom, separate bedrooms on each side. I had been gone to bed, and Slaw and my brother were down in the casino, and they decided they'd had enough. They were going to go to bed. So they get in the elevator, they come up. It's a long, we were at the end of the hallway in a suite. So it's a long walk from the elevator all the way down the hallway to where our suite was. They get down to the door, their key's not working to get in. Now, they say they were banging on the door and all that, but like I said, this isn't a regular hotel room. This was a 2,000 square foot room. So they're beating on the door, but I'm all the way in the room, down on the other end in a bedroom with the door closed, the whole day. I didn't hear them. So, and they got to pee. So they decide, well, we got to pee. The key doesn't work. Let's go back down the elevator. We'll go to the bathroom down there, go to the front desk, get our key replaced. Well, they didn't even make it back down the hallway. They start walking back down the hallway towards the elevator. There's the vending machine area that you see in a lot of hotel hallways. My brother goes and pees behind the fucking ice machine in the vending area. And Pa just stood there and peed in his pants. Y'all really should come on these. We do a guy's trip to Vegas every January. Boy, y'all should come. There's a lot of other stories that can't be repeated or won't be repeated. They're not YouTube friendly. That's one of the milder stories there. 5-point lead for OKC, 39-34, 7:50 to go. OKC misses a 3, batted out of bounds by the Lakers, though. I think off the Lakers. See who keeps the ball here. Lou, do you and your brother get along? Oh, yeah, we get along great. I'll talk to him today. His youngest daughter is graduating high school next week. So I was on the phone with him today about the details with that. Yeah, we get along great. No Vegas or Cherokee for me. Might come to Augusta for the hosting. Yeah, come on down, man. I haven't decided which weekend yet, but I'm going to decide before the football season starts. And so it'll be at least week 5 or 6 or something, because I try to give people like a month notice. But sometime in August, I'll pick a date and I'll let everybody know. Do you remember the 1990 fifth down game? Of course I do. Colorado, they ended up winning a national title off of that, or half of one. They split a natty with Georgia Tech that year. Yeah, I do remember that. Do you shoot for a good week of games? When we go to Vegas, we usually go the week after the national championship. Like the national championship game is on a Monday. We usually go to Vegas the following Saturday and stay for a week. This coming January, the national title game is in Vegas, so we're going a week earlier. We're going to be, no, for the Augusta thing. Yeah, I shoot for a week with good games, yeah. Yes. Which, one of the benefits of these expanded conferences is that there are good games almost every single week. Obviously, some weeks are still going to be better than others, more packed with games than others, but there are at least a handful of watchable games every single week. I'm going to try to come to Augusta and hang out with you. Yeah, you should. Had a great time last year. We had a great time. I don't know that I ever counted how many people were here, but it had to be 15 people. Nate was here, right? Nate was here. Vic was here. Jay Shipes was here. Colby was here. Chark was here. There's too many to name. It had to be 15 people here. Yeah, the Vegas trip this year, though, the guys' trip to Vegas this year, though, the national championship game is in Vegas this year. So we're actually going to Vegas the Saturday before the national championship game. So we'll be in Vegas during the national championship game this coming year. Yeah, I had a great time. Sang some karaoke at the end. We did almost have one altercation. It didn't, not involving me, but we did almost have one altercation between a couple of people. But it was stamped out in a relatively quick manner. I had a good time. Woo Streeting Party was great. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I had a good time. A little bit too good of a time. I had a lady get a beer for me from singing karaoke. And yes, you did. Nate sang karaoke in Vegas. Came and sat back. The whole place went nuts afterwards. Standing ovation for Nate when he sang his karaoke in Vegas. He came and sat down, and a lady bought him a beer. Brought it over to him. That's better than any of us did. None of us, no women bought any of us a beer. I can tell you that. Nobody bought us anything, but they bought Nate one, though. I look forward to that Vegas trip year round for a couple of different reasons. Number one, it's just a lot of fun. It's a really good group of guys that go. You know, me, Pete, Sir UGA, Huffer Billy Paul, Dula, DJ David, Tucci. Whom I'm leaving people out. Nate went last year. My brother went last year. Nate's dad was there. I feel like I'm still leaving people out. I feel like I'm still leaving people out. Anyway, so it's just a lot of fun, number one. But number two, it's right at the end of the football season too, and you know, it's not like I'm out digging ditches 40 hours a week. I get it, but by the time the football season ends, I'm not gonna lie, I am in desperate need of a break. So we do it at what ends up being a perfect time for me. Lou putting in the tax-free overtime this week. There is no tax-free overtime for Uncle Lou, unfortunately. Nothing is tax-free for Uncle Lou, unfortunately. (41-34), a 7-point lead now for the Thunder. Lakers with the ball, kicks it out for three, and they drain it. Back to a 4-point game. We need OKC to go on a little run here. We've got OKC minus 8.5. This is 4 straight days. You don't do that in the season. Yeah, well, I'm also not standing up. If you notice, I've been sitting down, whereas I usually stand up during game streams on Saturday. So that's number one. Number two, I'm not going to lie. I have to work 3 times as hard this time of year to make a third of the money. Just be honest with you. It's hard for me to make money this time of year. It's extremely hard. My channel's not big enough. There's obviously a massive drop off when the season ends in terms of viewers and everything else with a college football channel. And while a channel the size of mine, it's hard to make it work full time. And I'll be honest, if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd be sitting in the living room watching this. So why not sit here and hang out with y'all and watch it? Our tax is brutal for content creators. They're no different than the guy who owns his own lawn care business. I mean, it's self-employment tax, you know. I mean, I'm not an accountant and I don't give accounting advice, but you know, when you're 1099, there are a lot of things you can write off, you know. Anything that I can justify as being needed for the channel, I can write off. When we go on that Vegas trip in January, it's a bunch of YouTube people, you know. So when we go out to dinner, I make sure I talk about YouTube for a little bit, you know, and then I can write off the dinner or some of the dinner, whatever. I mean, but yeah. The Lakers have cut it to a 1-point lead, y'all. This is not good. This is not good. Back to a 1-point game. Boy, what happened to the Thunder defense? We're going to miss both bets, it looks like. We're going to miss the under and the 8.5. It looks like we're going to miss both bets, y'all. This is not good. We're headed in the wrong direction here. Headed in the wrong direction here. This is alarming. This is extremely alarming. You're right. 1-point lead for the Thunder, but the Lakers have the ball. They have a chance to take the lead here. What happened to that defense the Thunder was playing earlier? Lakers come up short but get the rebound, and the putback is good, and the Lakers have taken a 1-point lead, 46-45. 4:05 to go. This is not looking good at all. Thunder hit a jumper. They're now up a point. Back and forth game here in the second quarter. 3:50 to go now. Lakers with the ball. Where's that defense at? For three. Drained it. God almighty. We're going to miss both bets. We're going to miss both bets. And I really can't even blame it on y'all. I have to blame this one on myself. I liked both those bets. I liked the Thunder minus the points, and I liked the under, and we're not going to hit either one. Thunder off the glass is good. We're tied at 49. 3:10 to go. They're at almost 100 points already. We've got under 105. That's not going to hit. And we've got the Thunder minus 8.5. That's not going to hit. Another wide open three for the Lakers, and they drained it. Yeah, we're going to miss both of these. We're going to have to figure something out here for the second half. This is going to be the, that means we've now lost 3 bets in a row. We lost the first half bet on this game, or the first quarter bet, and then we lost 2 first half bets now. Lakers have the ball in a 3-point lead with 2.5 to go. Lakers with another open three. No good that time, rebounded by OKC. Yeah, this second quarter hadn't been good to us. SGA's fouled. He'll be going to the free throw line with 2:13 to go. The Thunder down 3. We're going to have to hit something in the second half, y'all. We're going to have to hit something in the second half. Does LeBron use an electric scooter? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. LeBron uses an electric scooter. First half, you can't expect the team to pull out the stops either, so this is not good. Yeah, this ain't good. And the Thunder's at home. I'm no betting expert. You could be right or wrong on anything you say, but I like taking home teams in the first half. I feel like there's a little extra juice, when, especially early in a game when you're playing at home. So I do like to take home teams in the first quarter or the first half. But that would be the Thunder. And it hasn't worked out. I was the fat kid riding around my neighborhood in an electric scooter in 2007. Dang, that's not good. That's not good, my man. That's not good. What's the status of the Fit Lou movement? Oh boy, that's taken a back seat, my man. I have dropped the ball on that big time. I did good first of the year, and then we had the Vegas trip at the end of January, and I pretty much have done nothing since coming back from Vegas February 2nd or whatever it was. I still go play pickleball once a week, but I have pretty much stopped doing everything else. It's not good. It's not good. I can't get my ding dongs without my scooter. Yeah, well, I have that famous rant about fat people in the scooter at Walmart and the lady asking me to hand her the Snickers bar. I still get comments on that video a couple of times a week, it seems like. I'm currently in the process. I have a birthday next week, and you know, I think I'm relatively healthy, but to be honest with you, I really don't have any idea. I Lakers for 3, no good. Thunder get the rebound, down 2. Um, we're gonna miss both of these bets. We'll figure something out at halftime for another bet though. I have a birthday next week, and so it got me thinking. You need to go to the doctor, Lou, and at least get like your yearly physical where they draw your blood and do all the lab work and blah, blah, blah. I feel relatively healthy other than I know I'm out of shape. Not that I'm fat, but like I can't run very far. I'm out of breath. I don't do enough exercise. Like I know those things, but like I do have some family histories. Like my dad has been on cholesterol medicine since he was about the age I am now. My mom had high blood pressure. I've got two grandparents that died of cancer, one of colon cancer. So like I probably need a colonoscopy and all that. But the issue that I'm running into is the last time I had a complete yearly physical or whatever was when I turned 40. So that was 8 years ago, and everything was fine. I was fit as a fiddle. There was nothing wrong with me at all. I've never been on any medication or whatever. And hopefully that's still the case, but I don't really have any way of knowing. I did try to make a doctor's appointment a couple of times during COVID for a couple of different things in 2020 and 2021. And it was just, I don't know how it was for y'all, but it was just a big mess trying to get a doctor's appointment. They were only open half the hours of normal, and then they were only seeing certain people for certain things. And anyway, it was a big mess. And I ended up missing a couple of doctor's appointments like in 2020 and 2021. Well, then I ended up moving in 2021. I moved again in 2023, and it just different things started happening. Next thing you know, so now here I am about to turn 48. I basically haven't been to the doctor since I was 40. Now I've gotten a couple of like infections or something, like where I thought whatever. So I went to urgent care and they just give me an antibiotic to clear up a head cold or something like that. But as far as being, going to see my regular doctor, it's been a while. So I called them actually last year around my birthday. Because for some reason, once you get old like I am, these are the things you start to think about every year when your birthday comes around. You're like, oh shit, am I going to die soon? Whatever. So you got to try to make a doctor's appointment. So this actually came up about a year ago, and I called my doctor, I have an HMO. So you guys know how that works. I have a primary doctor. I have to go see him. I can't go see any doctor I want. You got to go see your primary. If he refers you to a specialist or another doctor, fine, you can go, but everything has to go through your primary doctor. I've been seeing this same doctor for 20 years, since I was in my early 20s. I love this guy. Great doctor, great doctor's office. I called him a year or so ago to make an appointment for my yearly physical. And they basically told me that because I hadn't been in whatever amount of time, they removed me as a patient. Okay, add me back. Well, we're not accepting new patients. I'm not a new patient. I've been coming there for 20 years. They said, yeah, but if you go 3 years without coming in, we'll remove you. So we'd have to re-enroll you now, and we're not taking new patients. I've lost my mind. I gave that lady the up and down and the what for and everything else, and got pissed off and hung the phone up. And that was the end of that. I just said, well, I guess I just don't have a fucking doctor anymore. So last fall, I got a cold or something, and it was during football season, and I can't afford to be down and out during football season. I just can't afford to miss work from August to January. I can't be sick. So I called around to get a new primary doctor, since my original primary doctor had fired me, basically, because I didn't get sick often enough. So I had to call the insurance company, and it was, oh, you have this list of doctors, choose one of these doctors, blah, blah, blah. Chose one. Called to make an appointment. Oh, well, we can't see you for 6 weeks. I'm like, well, listen, this is no good. I've got to be seen now. I need an antibiotic. I can't miss work, blah, 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 blah. There was nothing they could do. So I ended up going to urgent care, getting an antibiotic. I was fine. Didn't miss any work. Y'all probably never even realized I was sick or whatever. I'm extra cautious. I'm extra cautious from August to January because I legitimately can't afford to get sick during the season. I can't miss any time at work. Went and took the antibiotic, fine, cleared it up, no big deal. So, fast forward to now, birthday next week. Okay, let me get my physical. So I called the new doctor that I had signed up for a year ago that told me they couldn't see me for 6 weeks. So I didn't go, went to urgent care instead, called that new doctor. Yeah, I got a birthday next week, turned 48. I need an appointment, come in, just get my yearly physical and lab work. What's your name? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, you're not a patient. I said, what do you mean I'm not a patient? Your name is on my card. I literally chose you as my doctor. Your name is on my insurance card. Like, this is an HMO. You're my primary care physician. What do you mean? They're like, well, we're not, you've never been seen here, and we're not taking new patients. I was like, this would have been great information to know when I picked you as my primary doctor a year ago. What do you mean? Anyway, they basically told me to fuck off. So I called my old doctor's office again. This was 2 days ago. Called my old doctor's office again. And I said, look, here's what happened. I was a patient there for 20 years. I was seen in 2018. I had appointments in 2020 that got canceled because of COVID. 2021, I moved. 2023, I moved again. Next thing you know, here we are. It's 2026. I need a yearly physical. And y'all told me 2 years ago that you kicked me off because I didn't get sick enough. Is there any doctor there that can see me? I have an HMO. I have a strict list of doctors I'm allowed to see. I've called every single one of them. None of them are taking new patients. What am I supposed to do? I have insurance. I'm healthy. I'm 48 years old. I need a yearly physical. What am I supposed to do? She goes, oh, well, we have Dr. So-and-so is accepting new patients. Oh, great. Great. I'll take it. Put me down. Well, the first available appointment's not till September or October. Now, that's ridiculous, but I said, fine, put me down. September, October, next June, whatever it is. I need a doctor that will see me. That's all whether it's today or 6 months from now, I need a doctor. Put me down. Okay, what's your name? Gave her my name. She goes, whoa, well, it says here that you're a patient of Dr. Pollard. I said, no, I just got done telling you. I used to be a patient of Dr. Pollard. Y'all fired me as a patient because I didn't come in often enough. You said I didn't get sick enough, and because I hadn't been in there in 3 years, you fired me as a patient. I've spent the last 3 years trying to get another doctor. None of them are taking new patients. I didn't want to call your office back because I don't like y'all. I'm calling y'all back because you're my last resort on this list of available doctors. So sign me up with the new lady in September or October. She goes, well, we can't do that because it's a conflict of interest because you used to be a patient of another doctor here. I said, lady, and I even told her, I said, look, I'm not mad at you, so I don't want it to come across that way, but this is extremely frustrating. What am I supposed to do? I said, tell me what to do. If what am I supposed to do? And she goes, well, I'll tell you what, we'll see if Dr. Pollard, which is my original doctor from years ago that fired me in the first place, we'll see if he can re-enroll you. Okay, great. Go ask him. Well, no, we got to submit a note to his nurse, and his nurse will call you back. Well, when? Well, sometime in the next few days. So now I'm in the hurry up and wait mode, like I'm in the military. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up. Now wait. Now hurry. Now wait again. Waiting on some random nurse from this doctor's office to call me and tell me if I'm privileged enough to receive a doctor's appointment at their prestigious institution. And they, of course, haven't called. So I don't know what to do. I can go to urgent care with the insurance I have. It's like a $20 copay. But the urgent care won't do a yearly physical on me. The urgent care is for something's wrong right now. You know, you broke your arm. You need some Tylenol. They'll give it to you. You've got some sort of cold that won't go away. You go to the urgent care, they give you an antibiotic, you know. You got a cough that won't go away. You go to the urgent care, they give you a prescription cough med, whatever. I can't go to the urgent care and get a yearly exam where they draw my blood and send it to the lab and test me for whatever, hypertension or high cholesterol or retardation or whatever it is they test you for when you do your yearly physical. Plus, I want a colonoscopy. And here's the other thing. I told you I hadn't had a physical since I turned 40. I asked for a colonoscopy when I went in. Now, how often does that happen? How often does a guy go into the doctor's office and ask for somebody to dig around his butthole? I said, I need a colonoscopy. I had 2 grandparents die of cancer. One was colon cancer. I'm 40 years old. I need a colonoscopy. They wouldn't do it. They said, no, because you're relatively healthy, you can't get a colonoscopy until you're at least, I think they said 47 or something. They wouldn't do it. So now here I am, 48, hadn't been seen now in 8 years. And like I said, I think I'm relatively healthy. I don't have anything obviously wrong with me. When I used to smoke, I had that, y'all remember I had that constant cough? I had that, but that was a smoker's cough. That went away about 4 weeks after I quit smoking. Y'all remember that? God, I feel so bad for y'all. Honestly, that's one of the things that made me quit smoking is I couldn't come on here and talk without y'all. Do y'all remember that? I would cough every four or 5 words. Go back and watch any of my live shows from a year and a half ago. It's constant coughing. I don't see how y'all put up with it. That was the only, if you want to call it chronic condition, that I've ever had. I had that, I don't know, there's probably a medical term for, but you know, you just call it a smoker's cough. That's what I had. Because at that time I had smoked for 25 years. I had smoked from the time I was 21 till the time I was 46 or what. Well, I quit last summer. So time I was 47. So I smoked for 25 years. But that went away within a month of me not smoking, that cough went completely away. So I don't have anything wrong with me that I know of, but isn't that the point of a physical? Like they talk to you about early detection and, you know, all these things and all that. How can you get early detection if the fucking doctor won't see you? I'm trying to get early detection. I'm trying to find out if there's anything wrong with me and nobody will see me. It's so aggravating. So, right, but I can tell you this, the minute I get another doctor that agrees to see me, I'm going twice a year like clockwork, whether anything's wrong or not. They're not kicking me off again. We got to do a second half bet. I didn't mean to get going on that pointless tangent that nobody cares about, but I don't even know how it came up, but you know how I get. The Thunder is a 10-point favorite in the second half. That seems alarming. The over-under is 103. Oklahoma Thunder, well, I say -10. The Thunder's down a point, so it's Thunder -9. Thunder -9, over under 103. What should we do? What should we do? Dentist is my next visit. I'm not going to lie. I go to the dentist about once every 5 or 6 years, and that doesn't bother me. I've never had a cavity my entire life. I go to the dentist once every 5 or 6 years. I brush my teeth once a day. So, well, sometimes I might brush them twice if I feel like I need to, but I don't brush my teeth twice a day out of habit, but I do brush my teeth once a day, at least out of habit. Sometimes maybe twice, but I brush my teeth every day. I don't floss. I don't use mouthwash. I whatever. But I've never had any teeth problems. Take the under. Yeah, eat, chew, review. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And I live in a town with 5 hospitals, 200 doctor's offices, 300 urgent care clinics, and I can't get seen by a doctor. It's insane. Bet against LeBron. I don't know what bet to make. I don't know what bet to make here. I don't know what bet to make here. They're at 115 points right now. They scored 115 points in the first half. The over-under for the second half is 103. How do millions of pills found a home in a town of... Oh, you're talking about that town in West Virginia. Yeah, that was a oxy mill there. There's been documentaries made about that. Shareholders in healthcare are a threat to national security. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have my broader issues with the healthcare industry as a whole in terms of for-profit and the insurance scams and privatized healthcare and all that, but that's different conversations for different days. Less people agree on that than agree on the fact that it's just healthcare sucks. It's the reasoning and the changes that need to be made is where people start to argue a little. I don't know what to bet. Should we bet the Thunder? The Thunder would have to win by 10. Can the Thunder win this game by 10? Follow my gut. I want to be able to blame y'all if we lose, though. That's the thing. Well, second half is underway now. So if we're going to bet it now, we got to live bet it. Let's go. Lakers have scored already. That Rui Hachimura. Thunder minus 8.5 is the live line. They're down 2. The total line is 221. Lakers will put the hammer down here, says Slaw. Should we do like reverse psychology? Normally we bet against what Slaw says. Should we do like reverse psychology and bet with Slaw this time? Maybe. Let's try it. All right. Lakers plus 8.5. So now we got to cheer for the Lakers. Well, They just scored right after we put a bet in on them, so I guess that's a good sign. Chat down bad. No reference to any Ronald McDonald motherfuckers tonight. He's not playing. He's on the other team. He's on the Sixers, I think he's on. Lakers up 2. Thunder for 3. No good, but there's a foul underneath the basket. Foul is on the Lakers. It was not a shooting foul. Lakers will win by 8.5 for sure. I don't need the Lakers to win by 8.5. I need them to lose by less than 8.5. I mean, if they win by 1, we win the bet. We just need them to lose by less than 8.5. Here's a foul on OKC. Uh-oh. Lakers have a white guy down. White guy with a headband, too. All right, come on, Lakers. I can't believe we're pulling for the Lakers, but desperate times, you know. Desperate times, desperate measures. When are the call-in shows starting again? Last week of May. I'm going to start my prediction videos Sunday or Monday, the last week of May. Well, I'll tell you the exact date here. The prediction videos are going to start on Sunday the 24th or Monday the 25th of May. The call-in shows will be back on the 26th of May, a Tuesday. There you go. There you go. Dog softball team with the 10 unanswered to knock Boomer out 10-5. All right, Lakers up 2, 10.5 to go in the third. Come on, Lakers, don't let me down. Don't let me down. Who's texting me while I'm trying to do LouTube? Oh, Slaw is. He says, Lakers, let's go. Thank you, Slaw. Yeah, let's go, Lakers. I don't know how to convince you to visit Utah, but I really want you to, even if you hate it. It would be amazing content. Well, what's the closest airport in Utah that flies to Vegas? Because what I could do is fly from here to that airport in Utah, hang out for a day or two, fly to Vegas, stay there for a week, and then fly back to Augusta. So what city would I fly into? Don't give me a choice. Don't say this or that. Las Vegas to Salt Lake is like an hour. Yeah, that's about like when I fly from Augusta to Atlanta, you're in the air for like 48 minutes. Salt Lake. All right, let's just see here. All right, AGS to Salt Lake City. Hey, Monk. Come on. How you doing? You come check on me? You come check on me? The cat just came in here. All right. Let's see here. Multi-city. Augusta to Salt Lake. Salt Lake to Vegas. Hold on. I'm looking. I'm looking. Augusta to Salt Lake to Vegas, Vegas to Augusta. That's not too bad. About $700. We can change the dates around. Let's see. What if I did? Well, what time of year? What time of year? Huffer Billy makes a great point that Lou already knows. What? Utah is beautiful. Let's keep it that way. Salt Lake is a nice airport. Let's see. What does that say? Summer. Duh. Okay. Let's see about August. Beginning of August, maybe. July or August. Tuesday. This would be Thursday. Hang on, see. Augusta to Salt Lake City on a Tuesday. Salt Lake City to Vegas on a Thursday. Las Vegas to Augusta the next Tuesday. That's a week. 2 days in Salt Lake City. Well, we need the Lakers to win. I'll tell you that. We need the Lakers to win for that to happen. Or lose by less than 8.5. I am considering one more trip out there before the start of the season. It can't be until at least July. I've got too much going. You know, I'm going to see Dave Matthews in Atlanta next week. The week after that, I'm seeing Journey in Columbia. The week after that, we're doing the weekend in Cherokee. I'm doing a 5-day cruise in June. I'm taking my son to the World Cup in June. So the rest of my May and June is too much going on already. But I am thinking about doing one more trip sometime like mid-July through mid-August at some point. This girl I dated in high school got shipped to a boarding school in Utah for being a day drinker. Dang. The Lakers have a 3-point lead, so that's good, right? They tried to alley-oop it for LeBron, but it was a bad pass way over his head. Thunder, hard to the hole. No defense at all. And the Thunder have cut the lead to 1 with 7:45 to go in the third quarter. My girlfriend just vanished one day for no reason. And they shipped her off to Utah. Golly. Probably gave her some of that magic underwear when she got there, too. I just moved into a mini home. I'm renting for the next year at least. It's nice, but where I am, they're getting $1,000 a month for mini homes. Um, TK lived in one. Y'all know TK? She lived in one for a while in Texas. How many square feet is it? Do you know? The mini home you're in? I'm not against that. I hate yard work. I'm not against like condo living or eventually. Especially now, my kids are grown. What are my kids going to do? Come over here and play in the yard? They're 18 and 17 years old. You know, what do they care about a yard anymore? Just shy of 600 square feet. Does it have? These might be stupid questions, but does it have like central heating and air, or does it use like a ductless AC unit, or what does it do with that? And does it have plumbing? I mean, do you have a toilet and a sink and a shower and all that? Living in that she shed I had. Well, that she shed I had was 10 by 24, right? Yeah, 10 by 24. Was it 10 by 24 or 12 by 20? I can't remember if it was 10 by 24 or 12 by 24. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, man. Like the tiny house thing, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that she shed I had was too small to live in. It was perfect for what I was doing, the YouTube thing, but it would have been too small to live in. Funny story, though, my daughter lives in it. It's still in the backyard, and she turned it into like a dorm room because she's going to school here in town, so she actually lives in it. She's got a microwave out there and a hot plate and a little refrigerator. She's got a one of those water stations with the huge jugs you put on the top of it or whatever. She just comes inside to shower and use the bathroom. That's it. She got TV out there, a bed, dressers. It looks like a dorm room. Lakers for 3. Oh, they grabbed the rebound. Jump ball. The Lakers still with a 1 point lead. Tell her someday the chat has requested you do another show in there. I could go film a video out there. I couldn't do a live show out there because the setups, I'm not set up out there to do a live stream, but I could film a video in there. Lakers miss another 3. Still up by 1. Thunder with the ball. 7:15 to go. No good, but fouled. Thunder will be shooting 2 free throws. I've got my lazy boy and a 55-inch up on the living area in front, along with a love seat. Maybe Lou will find my high school sweetheart. Yeah, I'll look for her while I'm out there visiting the Utah man. Out there in Salt Lake City. What you doing down there? Being a good girl? Being a good girl? What's the matter? You bored out there? Nobody's talking to you out there? Yeah, come back here, see what's going on. Nobody talking to you out there? You look sleepy. You look sleepy, too. It's past your bedtime, isn't it? It's past your bedtime. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's past your bedtime, too. I got you. Sit right here for a second. You just sit right here. See? You say hi. Say hi. You see what they doing? What they doing in there? What they doing in there? They don't want to talk to you? They don't want to talk to you, too? Thunder take the lead now, 72-71, and they're fouled again. Back to the free throw line. 6:40 to go in the third. You okay? Want me to put you down? All right, I'll put you down. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. All right, Thunder up 2. Lakers with the ball. LeBron was fouled, non-shooting foul. It's only 11:20. Yeah, 11:20 here. 6.5 to go in the third. Thunder with a 2-point lead. Need the Lakers to score. They just got to keep it close. They just need to prevent the Thunder from going on one of those, 10, 12-point runs. They got to stay close. LeBron just turned it over, though, and then looks around like he doesn't know what he's doing, which he might actually not know. The Thunder are getting fouled on every possession. Back to the free throw. That's the third straight possession they're headed to the free throw line. Unfortunately, the Lakers play like the Clippers nowadays. Shared. Thank you. I think. Thunder shooting free throws again? Yep. Makes the first one. 3-point lead for the Thunder now. 6:12 to go. Wonder what the live line is now. We're probably on the wrong side of it. Whatever it is. Still 8.5. Still 8.5, and that's the number we have. Lakers plus 8.5. They're down 4, though. The Thunder are on a little bit of a run here. Lakers really need to score on this possession. Got to keep it within reach. Wild shot. How's that not a foul? They're calling a foul on the Lakers on every Thunder possession, and the Lakers can't get a foul call to save their life. I don't know how that wasn't a foul on the Thunder. Anyway, Lakers with the ball after they inbounded it. James for 3. No good off the front of the rim. Still a 4-point lead for the Thunder. The Lakers are on a scoring drought here. Oh, but they just turned it over. Lakers have the ball back. 5.5 to go in the third now. Gotta score. What is that? That time, they finally called a foul on the Thunder. Missed the shot, though, but the Lakers will be shooting 2 free throws. Chance to get it to within 2 here. I saw it was Brian Putnam's birthday today, Lou. I saw where Coach Finley wished him a good one. I am friends with Coach Finley on Facebook. We talk back and forth on there every once in a while. Hard to believe he's still around, ain't it? LeBron would do well in the senior NBA league. He does pretty well in the regular NBA league. He does pretty well in the regular NBA league. It's unbelievable what he's doing at his age. What is he? Isn't he 41? Or something like that? It's unbelievable what he's doing. Go back and watch Michael Jordan the last couple of years he played. No, I don't think LeBron is better than Michael Jordan. I think Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time. But go back and watch Michael Jordan in his last couple of years. He wasn't what LeBron is now. I can tell you that. And he was a lot younger. Didn't Michael Jordan quit when he was 36 years old? Thunder with a jumper. No good. Rebounded by the Lakers. 3-point game. Chance for the Lakers to cut into the lead here. I'm a Jordan guy when it comes to the debate between Jordan and LeBron. But to just shit on LeBron like some people do, I don't understand. Another foul on the Lakers. Boy, the Lakers are racking up the fouls here. Jordan is on another level. Yeah, I mean, I think Jordan's the GOAT. Like, I don't even really think it's particularly close, but LeBron is one of the best 5 or 6 basketball players to ever walk the earth. I mean, just because I don't think he's as good as Jordan doesn't mean I think he's terrible. And he's way better at, how old is he? I think he's 41. Let me look. He's 41. Jordan was 40 in his last season with the Wizards. Go back and watch Jordan play his last season. LeBron is better at 41 than Jordan was at 40. But I do think Jordan is the greatest of all. Jordan was a stone cold killer, and LeBron's never been that. Jordan's defense you want to talk about defense too, which is half the game. Jordan was a million times better than LeBron has ever been on the defensive end. Jordan led the league in steals multiple seasons. He was defensive player of the year multiple times. LeBron ain't coming nowhere close to that on the defensive end. The Thunder is starting to pull away. Not good. They're up 7 now. The Lakers just can't score here lately. Go get me the key to the roof so we can swim in the pool. Yeah. The board, I'll bring that. I think it's in the same drawer the board stretcher is in, and the key to the flagpole. What were the other ones? Does water float? Does what? Raycroft, does water float? What? Does water float? What the fuck are you talking about? Does water float? Or he'd say, you remember this one? This is actually some good advice, really. If you think about it and what it really means. I don't think I really understood it when he used to tell me every day in high school, but he used to say, Raycroft, remember this. If you see a turtle on a fence post, it didn't get there by itself. Okay, coach. let me write that down, okay? I don't think I understood it at the time or didn't care to understand it at the time. I get it now. But he had a one-liner for every situation. And watching him and Coach T argue, well, I could sit and watch. They were like a couple of 80-year-old women sitting around a salon or something. The way they would argue with each other, Finley and Coach T. Yeah, willpower. He was the one that did the willpower. He was the one that gave the willpower speech. Coach Finley was. He'd peel a Vidalia onion and eat it like an apple for lunch. Yeah. Yep. The Thunder are pulling away, y'all. We're in bad shape here. They're now up 10. The Lakers haven't scored in an hour. Wash it down with a cigar. Yeah, we used to go outside at lunchtime. That area in the back off the lunchroom where the buses would unload and shit. In between the school and what at the time was the football practice field. And we used to eat our lunch and then go out there to hang out or whatever for the last half of lunch break. And his car would be parked over there, and you couldn't see inside because the windows, there was so much film on the windows of that car, you couldn't see inside of it. He had an old gray Chevette, and we'd be standing out there after lunch, and we didn't even know he was in there. But he'd open up that car door to get out, and it looked like it was on fire. This plume of smoke would come out of his car where he'd been sitting in his car with the windows up, smoking a cigar, hotboxing himself for 30 minutes inside of a little bitty gray Chevette. 11-point lead for the Thunder now. And they're headed to the free throw line. Yeah, Coach Finley was something. I can't believe he's still alive. I know Coach T passed away. I think Coach McCray is still alive, too. Last I heard, he was a driver's ed instructor at some private driving school here in town. Thunder missed the first free throw, but they're up 11. Lakers have let it get away from them here. Just what we didn't need to happen, a run for the Thunder. The Lakers have had a hard time scoring the last 5 or 6 minutes. Finley is my spirit. Yeah, Don Finley. Don Finley. I mean, they coached my dad. Finley and McCray. Coach Finley and Coach McCray coached my dad at Westside in the 70s. Coached me at Westside in the mid 90s and are still alive. McCray, I'm not 100% sure. I think Coach McCray is still alive. I haven't heard that he's passed. Coach T, of course, passed a while ago. But I know for a fact Don Finley's still alive because he's on Facebook all the time. Dude is seriously legendary. Yeah, these were the football coaches at our high school. Coach Finley was the head coach. Coach McCray was the defensive secondary coach. Coach Thompson was the front seven coach and the defensive coordinator. Those PE coaches jog a lot. Yeah, that must be it. They wore those typical 80s and 90s PE coach, football coach shorts, those bike brand, BIKE brand, tight shorts, like 4-inch shorts, and I'm like, Coach, your balls are hanging out again. What are you doing? Coach T taught you the CPR class. Was Coach Ritchie there when you were there? Coach Sherman was my favorite at Tut. He was at Westside. By the time I got to Westside, Coach Sherman was at Westside. He was the offensive line coach. Let me tell you something about Coach Sherman. He used to dip all the time, constantly, had a dip in his mouth. He's one of the strongest human beings I've ever been around, Coach Sherman. From his chest to his back had to be had to be this. And they wasn't fat. It was all muscle. He used to be in the weight room and he'd be on the bench press. He'd be laying down on the bench pressing like 225. Just bang, 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 bang. He'd bring the bar down. He would leave the bar. He would set the bar on his chest, take his hands off the bar, reach in his pocket, get his can of dip, open his can of dip, take a dip out, put the dip in, close up the can of dip, put the dip back in his pocket, grab the bar off his chest, bang, 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 bang. It was the wildest fucking thing I've ever seen. Thunder up 13 now, but they just turned it over. Can the Lakers do anything with it, though? That's a different question. The last half of this third quarter have not been good for the Lakers. LeBron scores there, wants a foul, but doesn't get the call. 11-point lead for the Thunder, 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. Not been a good quarter for the Lakers. Now that foul they do call. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but there are some questionable calls going on in this. I mean, OKC is getting every call, and the Lakers are getting none. The best coaches are high school coaches. There are some legends. There were some absolute legends. If your coach didn't dip, was he really a coach? Yeah. Thunder make the free throws, back to a 13-point lead. This will be the last possession of the third quarter. Lakers have the ball. The shot clock is turned off. 15 seconds to go in the third. Shot no good. That's the end of the third quarter. 93-80. Not a good quarter for the Lakers. Our high school coach would say off the wall things like, if you think this is hard, try shitting through a screen door. Yeah, they had a saying for everything. Half the shit they would say, like, you knew it meant something, but you're like, I don't know what the fuck that means. NBA is notoriously a rigged sport. That one caught, ref exposed it. Marlboro Black Reds and Menthols. I graduated in 96. High school coaches are obligated to have crazy analogies that don't make sense till you're in your 30s. Yeah. Yep, that sounds about right. That sounds about right there. All right, Monk? You're going nuts in there. You were 94, right? You wrestling somebody in that tunnel in there? Sounded like you were wrestling somebody in there. You okay? You okay? Sounded like he was wrestling in there. You good? All right. Y'all play like the patty cakes that didn't make breakfast. I don't get that one either. Lou, I think it's time to hit Cherokee again. Yeah, we're going up there the last weekend of May. May 29th through June 1st. There's a group of us going. You should come up there. We're going up Friday afternoon. We'll do a little gambling Friday night. Saturday and Sunday, we're going to spend most of the day at the pool and then gamble Saturday night and Sunday night, come home Monday. That's the plan anyway. My high school offensive line coach caught my aunt smoking weed in the 90s and laughed his ass off. Yeah, the coaches would let you away. Well, when I was in high school, the coaches would let you get away with some shit, especially if you played sports. They would let you get away with some shit. You won't touch a single wire. LeBron getting eliminated in the playoffs every year like clockwork, like the Dallas Cowboys. How many titles does LeBron have? 3? He's got one with the Heat, one with the Cavs. How many does he have with the Lakers? All right, they're down 13. They've got the ball, and they just turned it over. Oh, boy. Not looking good for the Lake Show. Thunder with a bad pass. They turn it over. We got away with murder if you were in the club. Coaches covered for you. Yeah, it was kind of like that when I was. I mean, there were certain things you couldn't get away with, but like low-level stuff, they were looking the other way. 2 with the Heat, 1 with the Cavs, 1 with the Lakers. Okay. No scoring yet in the fourth quarter. Still a 13-point lead for the Thunder. Oh, my God. They finally called a foul on the Thunder? Wow. That's the first foul I've seen called on the Thunder and a first shooting foul in a while. Lou, do you like the idea of a 2014? No. No, I don't. I felt like we got away with it, but didn't really. We got ran to death. Well, yeah, that we would do. We would get shit on at practice or something. But as far as like any sort of school punishment, a lot of that would go away if you played the right sport. It's probably, I guess it's probably different at certain schools, but there's a rare jumper made by the Lakers. 11-point deficit, though. We need now we need the Lakers to go on a run. That's what we need. Now we need the Lakers to go on a run. Hard to go on a run when you can't play defense, though. OKC made that look easy. Back to a 13-point lead. Dennis Wilson, what's up, buddy? We need the college football playoff committee to get on your idea for the playoffs. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. The fucking TV networks and the administrations of all these schools, all they see is dollar signs when it comes to an expanded playoff, and they don't care about anything else. You go on, Roger? We will see you next time, buddy. Appreciate you hanging out, my man. Still a 13-point game. Lakers shooting free throws. Make one. That's good. 12-point game now. I ruined one of my coach's creative punishments. He made us roll like logs for 100 yards, and I was the fat jelly roll that finished it while everyone else threw up on the 20-yard line. Here comes the second free throw for the Lakers. Made that one too. 11-point lead for the Thunder. Just under 10 minutes to go in the game. Now we get to watch the Lakers attempt to play defense, which they really struggle to do. Look at it, right to the hole. Oh, somehow they missed it. But they said he stepped out of bounds. That Hachimura stepped out of bounds, so it'll be OKC's ball inbounding right under their own net. And now OKC steps out of bounds, so the Lakers will get the ball here down 11 with 9:42 to go. Player salaries and coaching salaries keep going up. They got to generate more playoff money somehow. Well, I mean, there's some truth to that, but the schools can only pay the players $21 million. That's it. They can only pay $21 million total across all sports. Getting more TV money, NIL is separate from rev share. See, the schools get the TV money, but the schools can only pay $21 million. That's it. The rest of the money is coming from NIL, which is private donations. Extending the playoff doesn't give the boosters more money, and the school can only pay the $21 million. It's not like if a school has $40 million, they can pay $40 million. They only can pay $21 million. So it's not even money to pay to players because they can't pay the players more. The schools can't. LeBron for 3 drains it. But it's a 16-point game. Commercial break now. Did you hear that Ohio State and Bama are going to play? Yes, I did hear that. Yeah, that's coaching salaries. Yes. When the school collects that TV money, they can use that towards coaching salaries, buyouts, facilities. That's true. But as far as what the players make from the school, that's capped legally at $21 million. The rest of the money that the players make come from NIL, which is boosters, private donations. The SEC only wants 24. The SEC is the only conference that doesn't want 24 teams. Literally. The only conference commissioner who is against the 24-team playoff is Greg Sankey of the SEC. Every other conference commissioner wants a 24-team playoff, except Greg Sankey. Oh, you just have no idea what you're talking about there, which is normal for you. Greg Sankey wants 16. Everyone else wants 24. Are you on the Thunder, Sir UJ? I wish I was on the Thunder. I've got the Lakers. I live bet the Lakers plus 8.5 like an idiot. I was watching earlier, went to a bar, and now I'm back watching you again. You've been on for a while today. How long has this been going? 5 hours and 8 minutes. That is a long one. OKC will win the finals, I think. They're the favorite. They are the favorite. I think they won it last year, too. Please do not go over 16. I have a feeling it's going over 16. I think it's going to go to 24. All of the coaches want 24. All of the conference commissioners except the SEC want 24. The TV networks want 24. I think it's going to 24. Now, if Greg Sankey just puts his foot down and refuses to budge, then we won't go anywhere, because the only way the playoffs can change is if the Big Ten commissioner and the SEC commissioner agree on the change. And right now they don't agree. The Big Ten commissioner wants 24. The SEC commissioner wants 16. That's why we're at 12 this year. They tried to change it for this year. But the only way it can change is if the SEC and the Big Ten agree on the new format. Lakers hit a 3, cut it to 5. Uh-oh, watch out now. Lakers are coming back. 5-point game. The Thunder miss a jumper. Lakers with a rebound. Let's go. We're not out of it yet. We've got the Lakers plus 8.5, and they're only down 5. Oh, they just turned it over, though. Fast break for the Thunder. Ooh, that's a rough-looking foul there. Bodies everywhere. That was a rough-looking fall there. College football has no idea what it wants to be. It is out of control. It really is. At this point, whatever they end up doing, I wish they would, whatever changes are about to happen, I wish they would build something in that says we cannot change this for 10 years or 15 years or whatever. Because more than just any one specific change to college football, what bothers people the most is the constant change and the number of changes in a short period of time. You have to remember, we played college football with no playoff at all for 100 years. Then we had a BCS, which basically gave us a 2-team playoff, and we had that for 18 years, 1998 to 2014. So what's that, 16 years? So 100 years, no playoff. 16 years of a 2-team playoff. 10 years of a 4-team playoff. Now we're in year 3 of a 12-team playoff, and they want to change it already. So it's shrinking down. It's changing. It's too rapid. So whatever they come up with, whether it's 16 with a play-in tournament or a straight 24 or whatever it is, build into it that this is what we're doing for a minimum of this amount of time. We're not changing this for this amount of time. Yeah, I think the 24 is insane. Have USC and Texas even played since 2005? There's a USC fan in here. I don't think so. Oh, yeah, in 2017, he says. They're reviewing this last play to see, I guess, what fouls there were. There was bodies flying everywhere. We'll see what they come up with. The Lakers are down 5. We've got them plus 8.5. What do you think Vandy does without Pavia? I don't think they're going 10-2. I mean, it's not just that they don't have Pavia. They lost, was it the tight end too, who was really their best player, and then they're starting a true freshman quarterback this year, Jared Curtis. So I just don't. I mean, I like Clark Lee. He's proven to be a pretty good coach. I'm not saying they're going 3-9 or whatever like they used to, but I would be really surprised if they don't take a significant step back this coming season from where they were last year at 10-2. If I had to pick one of those two for West Virginia, I would pick 7-5. All right. After that long video review, the Thunder are going to be shooting free throws here with a 5-point lead. $7:59 to go. Makes the first one, 6-point lead now. I hate Vandy having to suffer, but suffer they shall. West Virginia going to take a huge step forward. Yeah, I think West Virginia will be much better this year than last year. But I don't know if they'll go 9. I don't know about 9-3. I mean, they've got a manageable schedule, but 9-3 might be a little optimistic. I mean, that'd be a great season if they went 9-3, though. All right, 7-point lead. Lakers have the ball. Just under 8 minutes to go. Come on, Lakers. Come on, Lakers. LeBron off the glass and in. Back to a 5-point game. 99-94. 7.5 minutes to go now. Ohio State is getting 5 or more big noon games next year, which sucks. Yeah, probably. That's been the case the last few years since they signed that big deal with Fox. Thunder for 3. Drains it. Wow. Back to an 8-point lead just like that. Does it surprise anyone that Utah is a top 15 team when it comes to current NFL players? Yeah, that does surprise me. Lakers just turned the ball over. Lakers imploding again. Another review coming up here. What, they got to review every call now? Notre Dame would be respectable if their entire schedule was Power 4, but it's not. Well, I mean, they're not the only team in the country that has a really easy schedule. The difference is they are the only team in the country that handpicks 6 of their games. That's the difference. So if somebody else has an easy schedule, it's hard to blame that team for that completely because their conference is scheduling 9 of their games for them. They're only allowed to schedule 3 of their games. But Notre Dame gets to schedule half of its game. Notre Dame handpicks 6 of their games a year. So when Notre Dame has a cupcake schedule, it's at least 50% Notre Dame's fault. I agree with you, Chaos. It's not just the changes, it's all the changes in a short period of time. Why not just leave it alone for a while? 2 or 3 years of a 12-team playoff, I don't think is enough time to look at it objectively and figure out what changes need to be made to make it better. You had the 4-team playoff for a decade. I wish it would have been longer, but okay, fine. You at least have a decade of evidence to look at to say, okay, we need to change this or change that or tweak this or tweak that, add this here, take this away there. But no, fucking 12-team playoff for, 3 years, but let's not forget they were trying to change it after the first year. They've been trying to change the 12-team playoff since after the first year of the 12-team playoff. So it's just way too much, way too soon. Notre Dame has no excuses. They need a tougher schedule, and they need to beat good teams. Yeah. I swear, every time I look up at the TV, the Thunder is at the free throw line. And here they go again. It's unbelievable. Shooting free throws again. They're having 8-point lead. Now they have a 9-point lead. Lakers had it down to 5 a couple of minutes ago, but the Thunder are pulling away again now. Yeah, they need a conference. I agree. They made both free throws, so it's a 10-point lead for the Thunder now. Lakers with the ball, 6:45 to go in the game. We've got Lakers plus 8.5, but they're down 10. Top of the key, way short, no good. Thunder with the rebound, terrible shot there from the Lakers. Rushed for no reason and just a bad shot. Thunder for 3. No good, off the top of the backboard. It'll be the Lakers' ball. Lakers are making my blood pressure go up. I hear you. I hear you. We lost both those bets in the first half on this game. We need to win this one. We won all our bets on the first game, but we've lost all our bets on this one. LeBron with the ball now. Muscles inside, off the glass, no good, but he gets his rebound. And they're going to call a foul on who? My guess is they're going to call it on the Thunder because it seems like every call goes against the Thunder, but the referees are talking about it. I don't know what they're going to do here. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. It makes sense to the TV networks. All right, 6:06 to go, 10-point lead for the Thunder. Did that call go against the Lakers too? I don't know what they called there. They called a foul on 2 players at the same time, so it's going to be a jump ball at midcourt. I'm starting to wonder if these refs know what they're doing. It's a fair question to ask. Here comes the jump ball. Oh, come on with the jump ball. What in the world are we waiting on? Okay, good. Thunder with the jump ball. Jesus Christ, these referees. 10-point lead for the Thunder. They've got the ball. Kicks it out for 3. Drains it. 13-point lead. I think this is the biggest lead of the game now for the Thunder. They're up 13. The Lakers take a timeout. Looks like LeBron wanted to fight. Yeah, he was mad there. He was mad there. Shane Beamer's going to complain about not getting in at 5 and 7 in a 4-day playoff. Ay. Shane Beamer. I hear you. Chaos. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Completely agree. At least Shane B is getting more hate than Bobo tonight. Oh, Shane Beamer, yeah. LeBron's last ever playoff series. You think he's retiring? I haven't. I don't even follow it to know. Has he said anything one way or the other? I don't follow it like that. Dion will get butthurt if a 2-10 Colorado don't get in the bowl game. Yeah, well, yeah, Colorado might go 2-10 this year for real. When you look at their schedule, Colorado could seriously go 2-10 this year. Why didn't the Lakers trade LeBron? I don't follow basketball like that. I don't know if he's got a no trade clause. I don't know. I don't follow basketball enough to have any idea what the contract situation is with LeBron or anything like that. Let me go pee while it's a commercial break. I don't know, all that coffee and water. Be right back. I miss anything? Lakers with the ball, down 13. They're saying that's not a shooting foul? I'm really starting to think, I don't ever get into the conspiracy shit or the referees this or this game is rigged or whatever. They just called a foul on OKC. LeBron made the shot, and they're saying it wasn't a shooting foul. He was clearly in the act of shooting. I don't. That was a horrible call. That should have been a 3-point opportunity for the Lakers there. Instead, they shoot up an air ball 3. Well, that time they did call the foul. Lakers shooting 3. Oregon needs to sign the Tootsie Rolls owl for good luck. I don't know what that. I don't think I know what that is or what that means. Lakers out here missing free throws now. It's not looking good for this 8.5, y'all. Makes the second one. That makes it a 12-point game. One more free throw to go. He was fouled on a 3-point attempt. Misses the third one. Made 1 out of 3 free throws. Don't know how you do that at the NBA level. And the rebound is out of bounds off the Lakers, so the Thunder will get the ball. How do you miss 2 out of 3 free throws? That's unbelievable. I'm unhappy with LeBron again. Well, I agree with LeBron on that last one. To me, that was clearly a shooting foul. I don't know what the referee was looking at there. 12-point lead for the Thunder. They've got the ball. 5.5 to go. We still got time to get within that 8.5, but boy, it's not looking good. Here's another 3 for the Thunder. In and out, no good, but the Thunder get the rebound. Another foul on the Lakers. Ron needs life alert. $12-point lead for the Thunder, and they're at the free throw line. This is getting bad. Uh-oh, the Thunder actually missed a free throw that time. A rare miss for the Thunder there. Still a 12-point lead. Come on, miss it again. Miss it again. And drained the second one. 13-point lead for the Thunder. Lakers with the ball, 5:15 to go. We are running out of time, guys. LeBron down low. Misses it. Missed the layup. That's on LeBron. You got to make that, buddy. Literally right underneath the basket. Shea for 3. Drains it. 16-point lead for the Thunder now. God damn, man. Under 5 minutes to go. The Lakers can't make a shot. Can't play defense. All over but the crying for the Lakers. They finally called a foul. And LeBron will go to the free throw line now. LeBron makes the first one. Still a 15-point lead for the Thunder, though. Lakers might lose in 4. LeBron makes both free throws. 14-point game now. 4:25 to go. Thunder have the ball. Three seconds on the shot clock. Floater. Makes it. Back to a 16-point game. Lakers defense is bad, bad, bad. There's a good-looking play from the Lakers up and in. Still a 14-point lead, though. Wide open 3 for the Thunder, and they drain it. What is the Lakers doing? The Lakers didn't even have anybody down playing defense. They're asleep. I don't know what the fuck. The Lakers only had 2 guys down there playing defense. It was 4-on-2. And it wasn't a fast break. That was off a made shot by the Lakers. The Lakers are in give-up mode here. 17-point lead. Lakers headed to the free throw line to shoot 2. But they've done give up on this one. That was just pure laziness from the Lakers there. Lakers made a basket, and then nobody got down on the other end to play defense. It was 4-on-2, and OKC hit a wide open three. Now the Lakers make the first free throw, back to a 16-point lead. 3:20 to go, though. Yeah, we got the Lakers plus 8.5 when they were winning by 2. Believe it or not, they were winning this game early in the third quarter. $3:10 to go. Another 3 for OKC. In and out, no good, but they get the rebound up and in. Wow. Yet the Lakers' defense is absolutely pitiful. Under 3 minutes to go, 17-point lead. Lakers score quick, cut it to 15, but now they got to play defense, which they have a really hard time doing. OKC scores easy. Back to 17 again. God damn it. Lakers with an open 3, but they can't make theirs, and OKC gets the rebound. Well, that's it. Can't win them all. We won 2 bets on the first game, lost 3 bets on this second game. That's another timeout, but I'm not going to wait the last 2 minutes to watch this thing last 30 minutes. I'm going to get out of here. We've been on way too long anyway. I had a good time hanging out, though. I hope you all did, too. I don't know about tomorrow. We'll see. Patreon stream on Saturday, so especially if you haven't been on a Patreon stream in a while, I reset all the wrenches a couple of weeks ago, so if you are over on the Patreon page, make sure you tune into the Patreon stream on Saturday. Leave me a couple of comments so you can get your wrench back. If you're not on the Patreon, what are you doing? Just get on the Patreon. You know you want to. The link is in the description of the video. We'll stream Saturday on Patreon. Appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Congratulations to the Thunder. They are going to beat the Lakers and go up 2-0 in the Western Conference semifinals. Lakers with a jumper. It's good, but still a 15-point lead. If the Thunder score here, I'm just going to turn it off. 15-point lead with 2 minutes to go. I think the spread on this game was 15.5 for people who bet the game before it started. So this last 2 minutes is a big deal for those people. Thunder. All right, the Thunder just made another 3. 18-point lead now. All right, we'll see y'all next time.